Wirachat I'm so honored to be here today to be your MC and your host for today. The topic is about TISTR, International Conference on Air Pollution, Perspective, Prediction, Prevention and Control. The conference will begin with the welcoming and opening remarks, followed by the presentation on perspective on air pollution management of Asia-Pacific region by the keynote speaker. There will be two sessions, which are, the first session will be about country perspective on policy, strategy option, regulatory mechanism, and good practice to tackle the PM 2.5. Problem and political collaboration from Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam in the morning. And after that, when we finish the first session, we will have an hour lunch break. And to resume the second session, which about technology and innovation to prediction, prevention and control at 1:30 p.m. We will end the conference with closing remarks. We will have two participants. For the on-site participants, if you have any questions, please raise your hand up and ask questions after the speakers finish his or her presentation. And for online participants, you can send your questions to Q&A box at any time during the presentation. We will collect and try to answer them at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions. Okay, so let's start the conference with the TISTR introduction video.
The Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research, TISTR, a state enterprise under the auspices of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, has the mission of encouraging research and development, disseminating technology and innovation, as well as servicing the industrial sector to comprehensively support business operators and enterprises. Having operated for more than 5 decades, at present, TISTR is becoming the leading agency in integrating research in the fields of science, technology, and innovation, or STI, to build a sustainable society of innovation and to be a partner in the success of Thai business operators. These activities have been implemented under the 4 guiding principles, which are as follows. 1. Bio-based value creation. TISTR conducts research and development on the basis of biological resources, emphasizing the national target clusters, beginning with the agricultural and biotechnology cluster, which forms the basis of the Thai people's main source of employment. This cluster is followed by food processing, which adds value to agricultural produce, research and development in biofuels and biochemicals, development in comprehensive medicine, as well as biosphere reserves and learning centers, which includes the Sakerat Environmental Research Station that can welcome researchers and experts from all corners of the world, and the Lamtakong Research Station, another learning center for TISTR with regards of conservation of plant genetics, seed banks, and insects. Both stations are located in Nakhon Ratchasima Province. 2. Appropriate technology. TISTR has developed technology that can be used to solve problems or respond to the needs of users, where these technologies have the forms and conditions that are appropriate for real-world use, not only in terms of the initial capital required and technological complexity, but also suitability for use in specific environments. These technologies can be said to have economic, social, and environmental benefits, while also providing employment and upgrading business operator standards. 3. STI for total solution. TISTR has provided research and development services for operators of SMEs, OTOP, communal enterprises, as well as farmers who want to develop new products, add value to, or solve problems with existing products. These activities cover listening to the initial concepts of the operators and applying this to the research and development of a product prototype and solutions for existing products. Additional analytical, testing, and cross-checking services are also provided. TISTR has innovation expert centers that can respond to the industry's research, development, and services needs, as well as the needs of the private sector. 4. STI for area-based. TISTR is focused on meeting the needs of the community and the people in the local regions and supports area-based development to assist business operators throughout the country. The Institute cooperates with local agencies and educational institutions to strengthen the local communities, with the ultimate objective of developing all 77 provinces across the country. TISTR is determined to be a partner for the success of Thai business operators.
Thank you for watching. Without further ado, may I invite Dr. Prateep Wong Bandit, Deputy Governor of R&D Group for Sustainable Development Thailand Institution of TISTR to deliver the welcome speech. เรียนเชิญค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับดร.ชุติมาเอี่ยมโชติชวลิต Governor of Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research or TISTR, honorable speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome all of you to TISTR International Conference on Air Pollution Perspective, Prediction, Prevention and Control, hosted by TISTR in cooperation with the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation or MESI, and the ASEAN and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology or APCTT, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific or UNESCAP. I would like also to sincere thanks you for your interest in joining this conference. The main objectives of this conference are to share information about policy, strategy, option, regulation, mechanism and good practice to tackle PM 2.5 problems, to explore and learn existing practices and technologies for prediction, prevention and control PM 2.5, and to strengthening regional cooperation among participating member states to jointly combat the future PM 2.5 crisis. We have invited experts as our keynote and honorable speakers and distinguished participants from member states of Asia Pacific and ASEAN regions, including ASEAN and Pacific Center for Transfer Technology, APCTT, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, UNESCAP of India, National Research and Innovation Agency of BRINS, Indonesia, Vietnam Clean Air Partnership or VCAP from Vietnam, Northwest Clean Air Agency from United States, Pollution Control Department from Thailand, ASEAN Institute of Technology or AIT from Thailand, Geoinformatics and Space Technology Development Agency, Public Organization from TISTR from Thailand. The conference is gathering participants from several research institutes, governmental organizations, and universities. Your valuable experiences and shared perspectives are most welcome. I hope this conference will broaden theoretical and technical knowledge in terms of policy, strategy, option, regulatory mechanisms, and good practice technology and innovation to tackle PM 2.5 and alleviate air pollution issue. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation and support always. Thank you.
ค่ะขอบพระคุณค่ะดร.ประทีปนะคะ Many thanks for Dr. Prateep ค่ะ So on this occasion may I have the honor to invite Dr. Chutima Iem Choti Chawalit, Governor of TISTR, to address the opening remarks, please. There will be a video clip from Dr. Chutima ค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะ Dr. Prateep Wongbandir, Deputy Governor of R&D Group for Sustainable Development, TISTR, Honorable Speaker and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to address the opening remarks and welcome all of you to TISTR International Conference on Air Pollution Perspective, Prediction, Prevention and Control in conjunction with ASEAN Sustainable Energy Weeks 2023. Nowadays, air pollution is becoming a serious concern. Bangkok and Chiang Mai have been named the world's most air polluted city this year. These main source of air pollution are vehicle emission, industrial emission, construction activities, and open burning of agricultural waste. The tiny dust particles cause a harmful impact on the qualities of life, human health, and ecosystem. At least 40,000 premature deaths occur every year in Thailand due to air pollution exposure, lung cancer, respiratory and heart diseases, reducing average life expectancy. Recognizing the seriousness of air pollution, the Thai government has promoted renewable energy sources, enhanced stricter vehicle emission standards, implemented air quality control measures, and raised public awareness in order to reduce the PM 2.5 level and improve the air qualities. This conference serves as a vital platform for bringing together leading experts, researchers, academicians, industries, and relevant stakeholders to exchange information about policies, strategies, regulatory mechanisms, good practices, potential collaboration, technologies, and innovation for PM 2.5 prediction, prevention, and control. In addition, it will help strengthen cooperation among countries to jointly tackle PM 2.5. On this occasion, I would like to officially declare the opening of this conference. I look forward to learning the positive outcome. Last but not least, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone who has contributed to making the today conference success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Before we go into the first presentation, let's take a group photo. I would like to invite on-site speakers, TISTR staff, to take group photo. And for the online participants and speakers, please turn on your camera for group photo. Thank you. มีการถ่ายรูปนะคะ ถ่ายตรงไหนดีคะคุณพึ่ง ถ่ายรูป โอเค เรียนเชิญบนเวทีค่ะ On stage please. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite and introduce our first speaker, Dr. Priti Soni, Head of ASEAN and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, APCTT, United Nations Economic Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, to present on the perspective on air pollution management of Asia Pacific region. Please join me to welcome Dr. Priti Soni. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to be present here today and make this presentation on behalf of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, APCTT. It is really an honor to be part of the International Conference on Air Pollution, Perspective, Prediction, Prevention, and Control. Today, I will just like to talk about and give you an overview about the air pollution challenges in the Asia-Pacific region and how air quality management is important, what are the innovative technologies for air pollution control and their importance, as well as the importance of regional cooperation for air quality management within the Asia-Pacific region. I will also like to take this opportunity to briefly talk about the project that APCTT has ongoing in the area of air pollution control in cities across Asia-Pacific region. But first, the air pollution challenges. Air pollution is the biggest environmental health risk of our times. It is not only an environmental risk, but a development risk as well, because the impacts on health, on environment, do also impact the other sectors and the achievement of the sustainable development goals that we are all trying to achieve. Air pollution kills an estimated 7 million people every year, and 2/3 of these deaths are in the Asia-Pacific region alone. Air pollutants are responsible for about 1/3 of the death from stroke, lung cancer, respiratory diseases, and 1/4 of deaths from heart attacks. In fact, because of air pollution, the average life of humans is getting reduced, and the cost of life per person is actually greater than the effects of infectious diseases like tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS, or behavioral killers like cigarette smoking or international conflicts. In low and middle income countries, 98% of the cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants fail to meet the air pollution guidelines. In the Asia-Pacific region, this problem is actually a bigger challenge. 92% of Asia-Pacific's population, that is 4 billion people, are exposed to a level of air pollution that poses a significant risk on their health. In 2015, the majority of global deaths from air pollution that occurred, 35% of these were in Asia and 33% were in South Asia. The most damaging air pollutant, PM2.5, has increased in the region. Between 1990 to the year 2015, the region showed an increase of about 19%, which was almost double than the global increase. And we also see that the economic losses associated with air pollution are very high. As per the estimates, the economic cost of air pollution in the Asia-Pacific region alone ranges from an equivalent to 9.3% of GDP in East Asia and about 10.3% in the Pacific and in South Asia. Urban and industrialized areas with high pollution densities have the highest level of air pollution. Reducing air pollution is an integral part of achieving the SDGs, and all of us are committed not only from the health perspective but also the sustainable development perspective in the long run. And technology plays an important part. As per a report of UNEP CCAC on air pollution in Asia and the Pacific, science-based pollution, they have actually identified 25 policy actions to achieve safe air quality levels, and these include in the sectors like industry, transport, agriculture, cooking, heating and lighting, forests, and others. As per a survey done by them in about 41 countries in the Asia-Pacific region, it shows that there has been progress made, and a number of countries have actually introduced air pollution control measures, and these have been more in the areas of industry, transport, residential sectors, and agriculture. APCTT also conducted and organized an expert group meeting on innovative technologies and applications, because it's not the business as usual, but the innovative technologies, including the 4IR technologies, which are important for urban air pollution control in the Asia-Pacific region. As per the meeting, a number of innovative technologies were identified. Some of this is mentioned here, but it's also available on our website. These range from biogas plants, anaerobic fermentation, zigzag technology for brick lanes in Bangladesh, street-side filter-based air filtration units, filterless anti-smog air pollution towers, vehicle-mounted detachable air pollution units, and diesel filters.
Recording in progress.
In different for vehicles. In all this, the meeting also highlighted the importance of regional cooperation, regional partnerships in air pollution research and management, air quality monitoring and assessment, and technical knowledge in the area of air pollution control are critical for tackling the problems at the regional level, but also the domestic level. So regional partnerships become very important. National ambient air quality standards for countries often differ from each other. Harmonized or common standards across regions for coherent approaches for measuring and monitoring of air pollution become important. There are multiple data collection approaches that can be used, but it will be good to have a monitoring mechanism that is comparable across countries so that the correct intervention strategies for the region can be introduced. Comprehensive air quality management planning must include not only monitoring, but emission inventory development, source attribution and modeling, health impact assessments, decision support analysis, and actual identification of feasible strategies for air quality management. Development of innovative and emerging technologies are very important to not only to identify hotspots, but also bring in control technologies for addressing air pollution. There are a number of regional and sub-regional platforms that have been introduced in the Asia-Pacific region that are sharing and are also important for upscaling of science-based solutions and innovative technologies within the different regions. Among them are the NECAP, the Northeastern Asian Clean Air Partnership. The Malay Declaration also has an important element of air pollution, ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution, and Low Emission Analytical Platform in South Asia. But through these platforms and other regional institutions, there is a targeted emphasis that is now being provided on air pollution. APCTT is also a regional platform of UNSCAP that deals with different aspects for supporting the member countries, and which includes also controlling air pollution. Just to give you a little idea about APCTT, APCTT has been established in New Delhi to strengthen capabilities of member countries, to develop and manage national innovation systems, to develop and transfer innovative technologies, improve the terms of technologies, and identify promotion and development of transfer of technologies relevant for the region. An important aspect is to strengthen regional cooperation and transfer within the Asia-Pacific region for achievement of the SDGs. Over the next 5 years, we are working with a vision of enhanced cooperation for adoption, diffusion, and transfer of innovative and emerging technologies in the Asia-Pacific region for addressing climate change and achieving sustainable development goals. Among our prioritized areas, pollution control, especially air pollution control in cities, is an important area. We also know air pollution and climate change are related, and if you are looking at control technologies in urban areas, you are also addressing not only air pollution but other environmental and development challenges like climate change. We are also at APCTT working on a city air pollution control project known as Enhanced Capabilities to Adopt Innovative Technologies for City Air Pollution Control in Select Cities and Countries of Asia Pacific. And this project has been ongoing for the last year and is expected to be completed by the end of this year. But we hope the learnings can be leveraged for replication and scale up of some of the technologies that would be identified through this project. There are 3 major target countries, Bangladesh, India, and Thailand, and within that, target cities of Dhaka, Gurugram, and Bangkok, which have been identified for undertaking specific elements of this project. The project objective is to strengthen and facilitate adoption of innovative technologies and also to develop and strengthen the capabilities of city official and different stakeholders for adoption of innovative technologies for air pollution control. The project works through two-pronged strategy. One, of improving the availability of technical knowledge regarding technologies, innovation, and good practices on air pollution control. And this is being done through building of a compendium of existing technologies, doing an assessment of technology needs and gaps for the 3 targeted cities to look at the city action plans that have been introduced and where can we strengthen the elements of technologies and adoption of technologies within the National Action Plan and do a comparative study between the 3 cities that have been identified. The second strategy is to increase the awareness and capacities of city officials and stakeholders to strengthen their action plans. Through the assessment studies, we will also look at knowledge exchange and experiences through workshops, study tours, to look at multi-stakeholder consultation workshops, and also bring in, the discussion from the meeting today, and provide recommendations to integrate enabling mechanisms for adoption of innovative technologies for city action plans, not only in these 3 target cities, but cities of Asia Pacific region as a whole. So in these through these and the other initiatives, APCTT is trying to support member countries in looking at air pollution. In conclusion, I would just like to mention that urban areas and cities are among the focus for scale-up actions for air pollution control. Innovative technologies are critical for air pollution control. City action plans are key to adopt strategies and innovative and effective technologies to control air pollution. Innovative and emerging technologies could be scaled up and adopted through multi-stakeholder collaboration between policymakers, city authorities, R&D institutions, and industries. Municipal governments should and would be taking a frontline approach to addressing air pollution in the cities, and science-based measures at all levels are important of government are important for introducing that not only in the city plans but also the national plans and the regional plans. And overall, strengthening national and regional cooperation is important to harmonize air quality standards, to look at cross-border technology cooperation and transfer, capacity building, and cross-learning. So with these words, I am sure that this conference would be important to look at some of these elements and provide good recommendations and follow-up actions which could be taken up not only for Bangkok, for Thailand, but the other countries in the Asia Pacific region. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Prachi. That's such a useful information there. Let's move on to session 1, country perspective on policy, strategy, option, regulatory mechanisms, and good practice to tackle PM 2.5. As a reminder, for online participants, you can send your question to Q&A box, and we will collect them and answer them at the end of the session. For the first speaker, may I invite Ms. Siwaporn Rangsiyanon, expert on air quality and noise management, Pollution Control Department, Thailand, to share perspective in terms of Thailand on stage. Welcome ค่ะ เรียนเชิญค่ะ
Good day, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here today to share with you guys how Thailand tackle PM 2.5. Can I have my slide, please? Firstly, I would have to say that Thailand is no different from others. We have experienced air pollution for a decade. Air pollution problems here are associated with the use of energy, daily activities, industrial expansion, and urbanization. In the past, we used to have problems of sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, lead, and total particulate matter, but all of those are solved now. The solution is in a multidisciplinary approach. Many efforts and activities have been implemented to cope with those problems. I said this because I would just like you all to believe that PM 2.5 will be solved as well. So now PM 2.5 is the most serious air pollution in Thailand and our region, especially in Mekong sub-region. PM 2.5, including transboundary haze pollution, is one of the top priority concerns in Thailand. The picture shows the data from air quality monitoring network in Thailand all over the country, and we see that the most serious area are in Bangkok metropolitan and northern part of Thailand. If you see the data, you see that this year PM 2.5 is worse than last year, both in terms of concentration and number of days exceeding the standard. Why? First, we need to understand first that there are two factors regarding PM 2.5. First is controllable factors that from us, right? From the main sources, first is area source, open burning. Second is mobile source, vehicle. And first is point source or industry, right? And the second factor is uncontrollable condition, right? That is topography, climate, and also meteorological data. So when we do the plan to control PM 2.5, we have to think about both condition, right? About both factors. Like this year, why we have worse PM 2.5 situation, because we have drier weather situation and a chance of El Nino, right? And the El Nino might be developed to 90% by the end of this year. So it is very important to know weather condition before planning PM 2.5 strategies year by year. And for PM2, how the government tackle PM 2.5. Okay, I have to say that PM 2.5 is very long story in Thailand. We have done a lot of things, right? But like we know that we gonna have to deal with the unstable condition of weather and climate. So we have been implement many efforts, many activities since in 2019. The Thai government declared PM 2.5 and particulate matter, including PM10, as the national agenda, and assigned to all ministry and contribute to all ministry to implement this national agenda. And since then, the master plan under the national agenda is developed and contribute to all ministry with the Ministry of Natural and Resources of Thailand, PCD, the Pollution Control Department, is the focal point for the national agenda. And yearly action plan is also developed every year to be in line with the real world situation and to find out the best solution for tackling PM 2.5. And yearly action plan for this year cover 3 areas: urban, forest, and agriculture areas, with the 4 measures under the concept of proactive communication, stepping up actions, and building up participation. The first measure is enhance public relation and warning people in advance for 7 days when problems tend to occur. The second one is step up measures to achieve the action plan to drive the national agenda. Third, step up field management. Fourth, closely command, supervise, and evaluate. Fifth, decrease hotspots, prevent and control open burning, develop fire danger rating system or FDRS that is used in ASEAN now. Six, enhance international mechanism in order to prevent and solve transboundary haze pollution. And the seventh one is promoting all stakeholders to join the particulate matter, setting up at the very beginning of the plan and implementing. One important thing is to get public involvement, but how to get it? We need to communicate the right data and information. So PCD provide data and information both in terms of monitoring station and knowledge and understanding, and make sure that government and all stakeholders work together through various media like website, application, daily report, and social media like Facebook, IG, X, or Twitter, and TikTok. This is very important thing. is forecast. PCD also do the 7-day advanced forecast to protect public health. We create this every day during the haze situation, the PM 2.5 situation period. We use the WAF model, is the model of meteorological and also chemical substance. And for this, Dr. Sakda from PCD, he will giving a detail in the afternoon today, right? And this is a very important technology and innovation. As I said that there are three main sources of PM 2.5 in Thailand and in different parts of Thailand, but mainly the big source from open burning. So we create the systematic fuel management. Open burning come from the fuel and agricultural residue, right? So what we need to do is to stop burning, right? So we do this management system by encourage farmers to not burn any agricultural residue, by making value, use the economic mechanism to help them to get money from not burning. But in some area that still need fire to manage, to avoid higher concentration of PM 2.5 or the area that needs prescribed burning. We develop application named burn check. So farmers or whoever that want to burn the area, they can register to the application, and then the application will get the land by Google Map and then link to the closest air quality monitoring station and evaluate and use model to predict what's gonna happen if the day that the request would like to burn seem like they're gonna have a high concentration of PM 2.5. The system will tell you like it's not appropriate time, please make a new request. But if the prediction show that it could be okay, weather condition is okay, they're not gonna be higher PM 2.5 concentration, you are allowed to burn, and then you report back to the government. This is one of the key that is work in northern part of Thailand, because some area we cannot do zero burning right now. We need to control burn. And it's very important point, PM 2.5 in Thailand come from both in-country and transboundary. Right? For transboundary haze pollution, we have an ASEAN agreement on transboundary haze pollution ratified by the 10 ASEAN member states. And we now maintain the ASEAN agreement on transboundary haze pollution and other strategy under it, like haze-free roadmap, Chiang Rai Plan of Action, and ASEAN peatland management strategies. But it seems like it's not enough, because this year, like you might know that in the beginning of the year we have a very serious transboundary in northern part of Thailand. So Thailand called for the consultation meeting between the leader of the three countries, that Thailand, Laos PDR, and Myanmar. And the meeting was attended by the Prime Minister of the three countries in April. And in the meeting, the Prime Minister of Thailand proposed the Clear Sky strategy to enhance our work in the three countries to tackle PM 2.5 and to prepare for the upcoming situation, as it's predicted that it's going to be worse and worse. Right? And in May, Thailand hosts the workshop to create Clear Sky Joint Action Plan for the three countries. And right now the Joint Action Plan is already done and in the process of endorsement by the three countries. And the Joint Action Plan have short term, medium term, and long term. The short one is to develop database for the three countries, including fire risk map area. And the medium plan is to develop traceability and accreditation system for agricultural residue to not burning, and for the long run, of course, is sustainable land management. And here is the example for the platform for biorisk map area for the three countries. This is under cooperation between Thailand and Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, or ADPC. The risk map is very useful because we know that where is the risk area, so the government can put the right measure into the right area, so we can do area-based management. This is also important. We all know that controlling of PM2.5 comes at cost, right? But if we compare to the cost that we pay to protect public health from illness and from premature death, from exposure of PM2.5, is much cost than the cost that we pay for controlling of PM2.5. So PCD with the UNEP group, ESA and AIT, we study cost of inaction by we do the study that if we don't implement policy of the government, Thailand will lose around 2% GDP in 2030 from the cost of public health. But if we do implement, we're gonna have 7.6 billion US dollar back. So before ending my presentation, I would have to say that controlling PM2.5, of course, is difficult, but it's our goal, and society must try to achieve it. So in order to control PM2.5, we need effective strategies, planning, and policy making. And just keep in mind that PM2.5 is problem of the world. No single country can solve it alone, but we require more cooperation at all levels and all stakeholders. Thank you very much. That's all of my presentation.
Thank you ค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ คุณศิวพร for sharing your insight and useful information with us. So for the next speaker, may I invite Dr. Vityanmini Singh Winanti. He is a head of Research Center for Environmental and Clean Technology, National Research and Innovation from Indonesia, to share the perspective and strategy, any regulations, and a good practice to tackle the PM2.5 problems. So, the floor is yours, Doctor. Welcome, Doctor, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Widyatmini Singh. I'm replacing Dr. Sasa Sofian Munawar because he could not attend this meeting. He has a sudden meeting with our head of the institution this morning, this afternoon. And I will represent him to present this presentation. First, I would like to thanks to TISTR to this opportunity that we can give our presentation for this event. And I think I will share my presentation. Okay. Sorry, you can see our presentation. It is already, you can already see this one. Okay. What the presentation is about our country perspective on policy, strategy, option, regulatory mechanism, and good practices to tackle PM2.5 problem. You already know that PM2 pollutants are referred to atmospheric particulate matter, are very fine particles such as dust, dirt, soot, or smoke. It is a mixture of solid and liquid particles suspended in the air and have a diameter of less than 2.5 micrometers, which is about 3% of the diameter of our hair. These particles are very small that can only be seen with a microscope. The source of PM2.5 can be made up of hundreds of different chemicals can be come from the construction site, unpaved roads, fields, smokestacks, or fires. It is also a result of complex reaction of chemicals such as sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide, which are pollutants emitted from power plants, industries, and automobiles. This is also come from the municipal waste burning and also come from process industry like lime industries, used battery recycle industry, and other small industry. And this is the impact of the PM2 emission or pollution. This comes from, this also affected to the lungs, brain, blood and vascular system, heart, and also reproduction. This is the lungs worsening of the chronic obstruction pulmonary disease, reduction of it in lung function, and to the blood, it passage of particles through walls and blood vessel, blood flow problems, peripheral vessel and disease and thrombosis, and also in the vascular system and brain, and this very difficult, very dangerous for the human health. And the industrial air pollution has high economic costs, where we all benefit from industry and power generation. This also analysis show that the technology used by this plant and process industry and also power plants impose hidden costs in our health and also to the environment. The air pollution from this is the data that the air pollution from the Europe largest industrial facility cost society at least about 59 billion euro, as much as 197 billion euro in 2012, according to the assessment published today by the European Environment Agency. Half of these damage costs were caused by just 1% of the industrial plants. And this is the source of the source of this is also air pollution come from the from the type of the air pollutants. This is the sources from the primary and secondary sources, and mode of release in indoor and outdoor, and the chemical composition and size, and in particle matter, and also in the physical gas. And the sources of the sources primary is a direct emission from it is the type of the chemicals SO2, NOx, CO, and PM. There's also the secondary from ozone and NOx, and the mode of release out indoor in from the cooking, smoking, air condition, and etc. It is in CO, CO2, and VOCs, and from the industrial outdoors, from the industrial processing and also transportation is on particulate matter, CO, and NOx, and VOCs, and the chemical composition in particulate matter, solid and liquid aerosols in PM 0.1, PM 2.5, and PM 10. And for the gas type is miscible with air in vapor form. And it is SOx, ozones, NOx, CO, and VOCs. And sorry. The most of the pollutant emission into the atmosphere are related to the burning of fuels. For regulation related to environmental permits, including air quality standards, are based on the human public health consideration. Human and public health. This is, you can see the this air pollution, cost to human health, and it must be regulated. And we have the Government Regulation number 22, year 2021, Article 163. It is for control and monitoring technology and law regulation from the government and minister. And this is our government regulation number 22, year 2021, Article 162. This is implementation of air quality protection and management. It consists of planning, utilization, and control. The planning is consists of inventorization, AQS, AQPMA, AQPMP, and also this for standard for the mobile emission sources, regulate the mobile emission sources, stationary emission sources, ambient air quality, and AQPMA for class 1, class 2, and class 3, and QPMP for national and for the area of national, province, and city. And the utilization of AQPMA for class 1 and utilization of AQPMA class 2 and 3, and according to the AQMPP. And the control is for prevention and countermeasures and also impact recovery. The air quality protection and management area of AQPMA is there are consists of AQPMA class 1, class 2, and class 3. The class 1 is allotment of preservation and backup clean air, including this time. And class 2 is for residential, commercial, agricultural, plantation, and other areas with the same class requirements. And the AQPMA class 3 is for industry or other whose class requirements are the same. And with the air quality standard, our air quality standard is for ambient air quality standard, emission standard for mobile and stationary source, and also for disturbance standard. This is ambient air quality standard for class 1, class 2, and class 3, and emission standard for mobile sources and stationary sources, and disturbance standard including vibration, noise, and smell. The policy, strategy, option, and regulatory mechanism to tackle PM 2.5. There are various Indonesia policy, regulation, and strategies to tackle PM 2.5 emission. First, for the transportation sector, we have several regulations. One is the MOEF regulation number P20 2017 concerning emission quality standard for new types of motorized vehicles, category M, N, and O, then also known as the Euro 4 standards. This is come into force 4 years after set. This is 2021. The decree of the Director General of Oil and Gas of the MOEF, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, and it is the MOEMR, number 146, 2020. This is concerning standard and quality specification of diesel fuel oil for domestic market, including the stage of reducing the sulfur content in diesel fuel, the sulfur content of 50 ppm for diesel fuel with the CTN number 51 enforced from April 2022. There are also the Jakarta Governor Regulation number 66, number 20, year 2020. This is concerning motor vehicle emission test policy. And also the Jakarta Governor Regulation number 88, 2019, concerning amendment of regulatory number 165, 2018, concerning the traffic restriction with an odd even system. Sorry. And number 5 is the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources Regulation number 3, 2023, concerning general guidelines for government assistance in the conversion program of fuel motorcycles into battery-based electric motorcycles. There is a subsidy for buy the motorcycle, electric motorcycle with the value of 7 million rupiah. This year is implemented for 50,000 units of electric vehicles this year, and the next year will be implemented in 150,000 units. There is also a President Regulation number 55, now year 2019, concerning the VAT incentive borne by the government, given to electric cars and electric buses with certain domestic component level value criteria. And there's also the Finance Minister Regulation number 38 this year, concerning VAT borne by government when delivery certain for wheel-based for the motorized vehicle and certain bus battery with electric vehicles born for fiscal year 2023 is called the PMK, PPN, DTP electric vehicles, is to increase the utilization of electric vehicles both for two-wheel, four and buses, which also valid for valid for the April from April 2030 tax period until December 2030 tax period for the 2030 fiscal year. And the various strategies to overcome the PM 2.5 for it is also it's come from the for fuel quality, improving the quality of motor vehicles wheels with high octane values, and motor vehicle technology itself refer to Euro 4. For expanding the use of battery-based electric vehicles on private and also public vehicles, and also tightening vehicle emission testing and linking it to the amount of the motorized vehicle taxes and marking the incentives. For the transportation management, this is expanding the application of expanding the application area for odd-even vehicles numbers, increase the number and types of mass transportation, restriction on the age of vehicles that may operate, integration between modes of public transportation so as to facilitate the movement of the people. Next is for the industrial sector and power generation. There is a Ministry of Environmental and Forestry emission standard for fixed sources, various exhaust gas emission standard. Right? Sorry. This is also MOEF Ministry number 13, year 2021, about continuous emission monitoring system, CEMS in industry. This every industry should install CEMS and integrate it to the MOEF monitoring system. Then can be monitored continuously. And the third is regulation of the MOEF number 5, 2020, concerning the procedures for issuing technical approval and certificates of operation worthiness in the field of environmental pollution control. And the fourth is government regulation number 33, 2023, concerning energy conservation. This is to regulate energy conservation in the various sectors. And also the President Regulation number 112, 2020, concerning the new and renewable energy utilization for providing electricity. And the number 6, MOEMR Regulation number 26, 2021, concerning rooftop solar energy connected to the grid for public purposes. And the various strategy to overcome the M2.5 in the urban and air quality mitigation, it is to massively use solar panel for electricity in government buildings, carry out massive tree planting in urban areas. For industrial and emission mitigation, it is supervise and tighten environmental permits for power plant industry and fuel stockpile, reducing the use of coal in the process industry, expanding the obligation to implement CHAMS in industries, enforce law against industries that violate emission limits, require periodic energy audits for industry, and tax incentive for purchasing air pollution control equipment. The good practices to tackle the M2.5 problem is Indonesia has already a number of regulation and policies to prevent this pollution emission, and currently have begun to be implemented. And we think that strategy and monitoring as well as law enforcement are needed to accelerate and maintain its implementation. To overcome the problem of this emission that occur in Jakarta and other cities, a strategy is needed to overcome them. This is a good practice to tackle PM2.5 for short term in transportation sector, is including the acceleration and increase and tighten the implementation of emission tests for all vehicles, especially in big city and like in Jakarta. This is the action is immediately add emission test facilities, providing incentive, imposition of fines for vehicles that have not carried out the emission test and not allowed to pass through the certain roads. Implement strategy to reduce traffic jams, strict enforcement of vehicle emission standards, encouraging as many people as possible to use mass transportation by providing incentive. And also still in, this is the short-term for industrial and power generation sector. This obligation of industries to maintain their exhaust gas emission to meet the quality standard, maintaining that air pollution control unit, the scrubber and CHAMS are in good performance, repairing air pollution control devices and CHAMS that are not functioning properly. All industries are required also to install, all industries that has not installed the air pollution control unit required to install these units, and conduct field emission monitoring in the industry simultaneously, and conduct process production energy audit to efficient the use of energy in industries, and so imposition of fines. This is a good practice to tackle PM2.5 for medium or long term in transportation sector, including the implementation of continuous vehicles emission tests, including the provision of incentive and the imposition of fines for those who have not conducted emission tests. Second is the imposition of a production year limit for motorized vehicles that are allowed to operate on the road, because the old vehicles emit much higher emission than new ones. Encourages the car industry to produce all kinds of vehicles that comply with Euro 4 standard, and gradually moving towards Euro 5 standard with much better emission. Improve fuel quality to meet with Euro 4 standard, increase to Euro 5. Accelerate and increase the use of electric car and motorcycle by providing incentive according to the regulation, existing regulation and future regulation, and improve mass transportation infrastructure facilities at affordable price to attract more public interest, increase the use and installation of ITS, intelligent transport system, to reduce the traffic jam, tighten of vehicle emission monitoring, tighten emission standard for motorcycle, and also application of carbon market. And it is the good practice for medium long-term in industrial and power generation. This obligation of industry to ensure that the air pollution control unit of the scrubber and jams are good in good performance and the emission always meets the quality standard. Obligation of all industry to use appropriate air pollution control unit to clean and filter the pollutants in their exhaust gases before being discharged to the environment, including the installation of jams and integrated to the monitoring system belong to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. The industry are also obliged to increase the process production energy efficiency in order to emit less emission, use of more efficient and cleaner equipment in industries, use of renewable energy, carry out process production energy audit regularly to maintain its efficiency, monitor industrial emissions strictly and periodically, providing support to small industry to be able to control this emission, such as use battery recycling, lime burning industry, tofu industry, etc. That very small that's not be able to control the emission by themselves. Imposition of fines, application of carbon market, and there are the technology options of for control pollutant. There consists of cyclone, electrostatic precipitation, wet electrostatic precipitator, fabric filter, semi-dry FGD, limestone gypsum FGD, dual long loop limestone and gypsum, seawater FGD, spray tower scrubber, SCR catalyst, and SMCR. It can be implemented in for certain emission, such as particulate matter, HCl, HF, SO2, SO3, droplets aerosol, mercury, other heavy metals, NOx, dioxin, and furans, and AHS. And air pollution control device, APSs, there are several air pollution control devices that can be used for control the PM2 emission. For the particle control equipment, we can use a filtering chamber, cyclone, backhouse, electrostatic precipitator, and wet collector or scrubber. And gas control equipment, we can use the SOX, the NOx, absorbent, also absorbent. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. That's such a useful information and insights right there. So our third speaker, may I invite Dr. Hong Dong Thung, President of Vietnam Clean Air Partnership and former Deputy General Director of Vietnam Environmental Administration, to share the perspective and the topics for today. Please welcome.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the operator to invite me to participate in very important workshop on PM 2.5 and on air quality. So as you know, that air quality, especially that PM 2.5 is the hot issues of almost every country in Asia, including Vietnam. So Vietnam also in this, and we have very serious problem with the PM 2.5, and our government and stakeholder also supply a lot of measurement to with the PM 2.5. So here is just some information about the 2.5 concentration of Vietnam. As you see, that in many parts of Vietnam, we have a problem, serious problem with PM 2.5, especially in the north of Vietnam, where we are heavily affected by weather condition in the winter time. So yeah, so you see that the concentration in northern in of Vietnam and in some part of south of Vietnam, for example, in Ho Chi Minh City, is concentration very high. Here are some just data of Hanoi. Here you can see that, for example, in the 2018, so we have very low concentration in summertime. Yeah, for example, in May, June, July, in November, in September, they are very low. But in the winter time, you see that the concentration is above the standard, very high, especially from November, December, January, February. So yeah, so we have this is our observation for many years. Of course, we have a lot of functional sources like other countries. Yeah. Of course, it's point sources. I see that this year is some just serious sources. First of all, is a coal-fired power plant. We have 39. Yeah, our plants, that kind of plant. Second one is cement plants. We have 60. Steel plants, we have 35. Chemical industry, we have 34. And we have a lot of like a scrap village, so-called scrap village, but they are just small recycling industry in countryside. They are recycling paper, plastic, metal cans without any just measurement to reduce, to treat air pollution. Regarding mobile source, we have number of car bikes. Yeah, so number of car and bike increase very quickly in Hanoi and in other cities. For example, in Hanoi now we have 6 million motorbikes. Yeah, and in Ho Chi Minh City around 7 million motorbikes. Those we have a lot of motorbikes. The problem here is that besides the number increasing, but we have many old motorbikes, but an old motorbikes having inspection. We don't have inspection for motorbike here. We only have the inspection for car only, truck only. This is a very serious problem. Construction activity is also one of pollution sources, and that's from construction activities like building, like road construction. So a lot of city and a lot of countryside, we are just in the process of development. So there's a lot of building and infrastructure is under construction. A lot of dust from activities come out to the air. Like Thailand, we have problem with open burning. Yeah. So straw burning after harvest. Yeah, in the north, in the south of province of Vietnam. Besides the straw burning, we have serious problem with household solid waste burning. Yeah, you can see in the picture that we have problem with solid waste management. So a lot of household solid waste they put in the side, so they just burn. Yeah. Besides that, many provinces they are buying or they apply the use small incinerator or household solid waste. Yeah, so it's a lot of PM 2.5. Besides that, and more dangerous is the dioxin furan also come out to the air. And of course, agriculture activities also is one of resources for PM 2.5. Means that, yeah, a secondary is PM 2.5, right? With farming, chemical fertilizer in cultivation. Yeah. I think that that's such kind of sources are very similar to your country. To manage just to couple with PM 2.5, in particular in air pollution in general. So we also have just institutional organizer or each to manage the air quality. Yeah. At the central level, we have Ministry of Natural Resources Environment in charge of environment. So before 2020, it was Vietnam Environmental Administration. But from this year, so VA divided to PCD. It looks like PCD in Thailand, but responsibility is a little bit larger. So we call also pollution protection department. And second one is Department for Environment. This is Department for Environment in charge of EIA and some other policy issues. So this mostly is in charge of policy, legal, local development, and also enforcement, like EIA and permit and standard development, monitoring, and inspection. This is at central level. We have 63 provinces or cities. So at provincial level, we also have Department of Natural Resources and Environment on this only. So they receive salary from the provinces, but they're in charge of environmental management, including just for air issues. And we have district level, this is at the provinces, so we have around 700 district level, and in district level, we have division of natural resources and environment. So yeah, this is the structure of a legal institutional framework from central level to district level. So we have ministry, we have department at provinces, and we have division at district level. Regarding legal framework, so yeah, so you know that in 1993, we first this is issues the first law on environmental protection. Yeah. And this is in 2020, yeah, 3 years ago, just lab is revised. So this was revised in 2014, and this current slab with a lot of new policy, like the first time we imposed environmental permit. Yeah, you know that before this law, we have only EIA. So it's now for air, for example, we also have the environmental permit for air, for water, everything. So this is first time we issue a permit. By new law, so since there is we have much strengthened emission standard, we issue some just SAM for with point sources and strengthen the inspection. And this lab we first time we just apply to require just VAT application in some polluted industry like coal-fired plant or cement or steel, from the 2037. So those industry must apply BAT. Causes like public disclosure of monitoring reason as required in this law. So there's a degree and circular to guide law implementation. And regarding just action plan, so the Prime Minister also or the government also issues some action plan like National Action Plan on Air Pollution Control in 2016 and the Prime Minister Directive 2021 on enhancing air pollution control and just last year, the action plan for transition to clean energy and mitigation of carbon dioxide and methane emission from transportation. In this action plan, a lot of measurement regarding such electric vehicle and public transportation, and then to reduce emission. We have a standard. Of course. Like every country, we have environmental standard. This here is for standard for ambient quality. We revised this year more certain regarding PM 2.5, but not much. But we for ambient quality, we just have 8 parameters, like in the framework. For industries, currently we apply the standard for below standard for some industry, like chemical fertilizer manufacturing, coal-fired power plant, steel, cement, refining and petrochemical industry, and industrial incinerators, domestic solid waste incinerator, and hospital incinerator. There are 8 emission standards for industry. But I know that now it's mostly revising a standard. They combine their own standard to the national technical regulation on air industry emission with a new structure like in the table. So, for example, SO2, we list all the technology applied in industry. So when the industry ask for permit, apply for permit, so they need to see in this table what standard to be applied in the industry. Cost with new proposal, the revised the limit should be revised more strengthened to more strengthened. Regarding mobile sources, so you know that for car and truck, there's over 5 for new vehicle from 2021. And early inspection for all car stock, and for motorbike, over 3 for new motorbike, but not yet inspection for all motorbike, and not limit age of motorbike. So you can use as for how many so very old motorbike. So E5 gasoline from 2018, not yet E10 like in Bangkok, but we still apply E5. And clean fuel for buses and taxi in Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi. So you can see a lot of buses in Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi, very clean and very beautiful. I love it. Regarding just air monitoring system, so we have two systems for ambient air monitoring. First is national one. So there are just 7 AMS in 7 cities, and now Modi is deploying more AMS in more cities. Besides that continuous monitoring, we also conduct periodical monitoring at site. At provincial level, so there are just a lot of AMS is done at provinces in their own budget, like Hanoi, Vĩnh Quảng and other provinces. And regarding just emission monitoring, as I said, this monitoring program is required by EIA and by permit, and all main sources must have sent and transfer our line data to boundary. Yeah, this is a requirement. And just information, monitoring information. So you can use, you can download that website or at the apps. There are some apps with just a local sensor application pops up on air visual, windy, international, but we have primary local, so we can see the air quality index just of almost every provinces. Regarding just economic tools or technology tools, as I say, just new laws ask for VAT application. And of course, this innovative technology for air pollution, of course, yeah. So from 2027, so some polluted industries, they must apply VAT. And policy, there are a lot of policy regarding renewable energy and energy efficiency, eco-label, etc. And now the government is already drafting just air emission fee. So I hope that this is the air emission fee should be applied from next year. Besides fee, we also impose a tax on fuel on coal mining, and we have also environmental fund for air pollution control system and for support of wind power. Yeah, we have a lot of measurement program, but still is facing a lot of challenges. Because we don't have just a law, special law on clean air yet. So we have only one law. It's law on environmental protection. Cover everything, so air, water, solid waste, everything. So I think that we need to have one law specialized on the air issues. Institutional framework, even we have just organization from the central level now to district level, but is no organization or unit specialized on air issues. And we have lack of professional staff on air quality and at central and pollution level. And we have a problem with the monitoring system. So still you see that's still not enough, especially if the data is not sharing enough. So it's very weak the quality of data. Yeah, I think that this is one challenge. Regarding the source control, Standard is not updated regularly, and fine system is not strict enough, in my opinion. You know that in Vietnam, these fines apply for violation, not the base as a country. I think we should move to the base to just have very strong inspection, or just to increase the effectiveness of inspection. Just data is not enough share and analyze again, and not yet the initial inventory. So I think that this is one of our challenges. With white sources, so public transportation system not well developed, the large number of motorbikes, and clean energy not popular use here in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. And open building control, the same problem at Thailand. We don't have enough just measurement to control this open building. Of course, we are lacking of financial resources for air improvement. And other issues of air, like PUC, ammonia, and not yet covered enough yet. And public participation, awareness, I think that a lot of room to be improved. So those is a solution. I propose here, we here to just to address some challenges like improved legal and institutional framework. So we need to increase budget for air quality improvement. We need to enhance monitoring and inventory, and data must be shared, must be transferred, and must be just analyzed, and to understand and to just share with the public. And regarding point source control, need more inspection and change, especially change penalty system to daily based fine. We need to have a lot of measurement regarding just reduce air pollution from transportation, from mobile source, like more public transportation, clean energy, urban planning, improve food quality. Regarding building, so we need a lot of technology solution, economic solution. We already apply some measurement, but it seems it's not enough yet, not effective yet. And of course, we think that public disclosure is very important. So this is some good practice and some measurement that Vietnam applying. And I think that we need very important of this workshop is to share experiences, good practice, and lesson learned to tackle with here to fight to protect our health. And thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing all useful information with us. For the next speaker, our fourth speaker, may I invite Association Professor Dr. Ek Badin Winit-kun, School of Environment, Resources and Development, Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, and National Consultant of Korea Cooperation Fund, Air Pollution Control Project, to give a presentation on strengths and challenges of City Action Plan for adopting technologies for air pollution control in Bangkok. So please welcome Professor on stage ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ
Okay, good morning, everyone. So first of all, thank you, the organizer that invite AT to present some of the results from the project so that we have this opportunity to share to the public on what is the maybe the first draft of our analysis on the strength and challenges of the city level action plan for adopting technology for air pollution control in Bangkok. And this project is coordinated by the APCTT, also with the TISTR to be organizer of this event today. So the project city level assessment study focusing on the air pollution control in Bangkok. Actually, the project have 3 activities that gonna be focused. The first one is we would like to look at the technology in particular that can be used in order to reduce the air pollution in Bangkok. The second one is we would like to look at the city level action plan focusing on the Bangkok action plan in order to reduce air pollution and find the strength and also some challenges in that kind of action plan. And the third one with consultation with different stakeholders on the result of the assessment. We will provide a recommendation on how to strengthen the city action plan to adopt the new technology to reduce air pollution in Bangkok. The approach that we use in this project, we use first we review the literature that related to the air quality in the city. Those reviews include the current air quality condition in Bangkok so that we can determine what are the current situation, what are the pollution that we need to focus, what are the sector that we need to pay attention. And then we also look at the Bangkok air quality plan. So we can look at what are the strength and also weakness or some gap that we can look in order to implement some of the technologies. We also expand the literature review in terms of the technology that already implement in other country and that can be implemented in Bangkok in order to reduce the pollution in the city. And last one, we also interview with some of the stakeholders that working related to the air quality control in Thailand. So start with the current situation of air quality in Bangkok or in Thailand. So first we review the situation to identify the pollutant that we need to focus. On the right hand side, you can see this one is the data starting from 2012 to 2021. Is the ambient air quality monitoring result from the pollution control department station. The standard, the old standard is the dashed line of the red color here. And then you can see the black color here is the country average PM2.5 concentration. This one is annual data. For PM2.5, we have annual and 24-hour standard. So this one is the annual standard. You can see that over the past 4 to 5 years, the dark color here are lower than the red dot, right? Which means that we see improvement in air quality in terms of PM2.5 for the annual level. So that's why one of the reasons that the pollution control department update the standard. Last year for the annual standard from 25 microgram per cubic meter down to 15 microgram per cubic meter. So now with the 15 microgram per cubic meter, you can see that there are big gap for the policy need to be implemented, or maybe the new technology need to be implemented in order to bring down this black color go down into lower than the new red color, which is the standard that just implemented last year. So this one didn't show the PM2.5 in terms of 24-hour standard, which we still see a lot of problems in that short-term period. Because if you remember the beginning of this year in Bangkok, in the northern part of Thailand, we see a lot of days that the concentration of PM2.5 are much higher than the standard. Okay? And especially this year, the Pollution Control Department also recently updated the 24-hour average PM2.5 standard from 50 microgram per cubic meter down to 37.5 microgram per cubic meter. So in this year, what to expect is first going to be more day with, if you look at the air quality index, going to be more day with red or maybe orange color because of the lower the tightening the ambient air quality standard for 24 hours. And another thing is because of the El Nino effect, right? We see that if you follow the amount of rain, you can see that from starting of the year, amount of rain right now is just maybe the third, 1/3 of the usual rain that we have. So expect that this year is going to be more dry than the previous year. And with that combination, we expect that going to be more problem of PM2.5 in this year. On the lower graph, this one is the ozone, which again, the black color is still higher than the standard. So in general, in Thailand, two pollution that are still the problem in different locations, going to be PM2.5 and ozone. So before we go into the technology that can be used in order to reduce the emission in Bangkok, I would like to maybe emphasize or give some information about what source that can contribute to the PM2.5 emission in Bangkok. So there is, we conduct the study under the funding of National Research Council of Thailand to find the location of the source that contribute to the emission, that contribute to the concentration of PM2.5 in Bangkok. In this study, we conduct emission inventory in different locations. On the right-hand side, you can see this one is PM2.5 emission inventory in Bangkok for 2019. Majority of the PM2.5 emission, primary pollutant, are coming from transportation. About 20% coming from open burning. Some of you might not know that on the east side of Bangkok, we have a lot of farm area, right? Have rice or something like that. So there's some open burning happen. And also 11% it come from the factory. So in general, Bangkok, most of PM2.5 come from transportation, then gonna be the open burning and factory. So if we expand the area, not just focus on Bangkok, to the surrounding province, to be Bangkok metropolitan region, we found the change in the source contribution to PM2.5 emission. We changed from transportation into open burning. But again, this one gonna be changed from year to year because some year we have more open burning, some year we have less open burning. The data in 2019 found that we have more open burning, then go to the traffic or transportation about 30%, and then the industry about 20%. Okay? So this information gives us that if we want to reduce problem of PM2.5 in Bangkok, maybe we could not look at only the city, right? We need to look further into that one. Then we put this information into the model, and then we try to run the model without contribution from different color that you see here. We found that, so in general, we found that in Bangkok, the source in Bangkok contribute about 60% of the total concentration of PM2.5 in the city, meaning that about 40% come from outer Bangkok city. This one meaning that only reduced emission in Bangkok may not be able to reduce significant amount of PM2.5 in Bangkok city. But anyway, one limitation of this study, we didn't focus on the low PM2.5 months. You can see that January is the start, October is the start of the PM2.5, high PM2.5 season, and then January is the high PM2.5 season. So maybe during the normal time, maybe the traffic going to be the major contribution to PM2.5 concentration. But during the high season, the pollution or PM2.5 from the source outside of Bangkok also contributes significantly to the concentration in Bangkok. And imagine that if we go further into other province in Bangkok, then we also expect that maybe the open burning of forest fire going to contribute to the emission. So with all of that together, particulate matter or PM2.5 still the problem in Thailand, also including Bangkok. And then there are three major sources that contribute to the emission in Bangkok: traffic, open burning, and industry. So in our analysis or our assessment, we look for the technology that can control or reduce emission in Bangkok in these three sectors, focusing in these three sectors: transportation, industry, and then agriculture. So this is the list of the technology that we look at. The first one in the transportation sector, the first technology that we look at going to be electric vehicle that completely reduce the emission, right? So actually, in terms of air pollution control, well, right now, electric vehicle, we consider electric vehicle as maybe not a solution, but it's a shift of pollution from one location to another location. But anyway, if we look in terms of reducing emission in Bangkok, maybe EV can be used in order to reduce emission. What I say is, if you want, for example, if you use EV car in the city, then for sure there's no emission from the tailpipe of EV car, right? But electric generation need to be done somewhere else. So meaning that in order to generate electricity used for EV car in the city, there's going to be more pollution generated at the power plant or other location, but not in Bangkok. The second technology that we look at is remote sensing for the on-road inspection. So right now, I think you may experience some of the traffic police with the pollution control department and Department of Land Transport that maybe stop some truck on the road and then measure the black smoke, right? So roadside inspection. But those may not cover numbers of cars that can be represent the whole fleet, right? So this technology, we use remote sensing. So as you see in this small photo, we have some maybe single lane road, and then we put the equipment on the two sides. When the road drive past this single lane, then it measures the emission that come from the tailpipe. So when they detect high pollutant concentration, it also may record the license plate. So it will send this information to maybe the government organization, maybe Department of Industrial Work or Pollution Control Department. And then if there's maybe 2 times or 3 times per month or something like that, there should be some threshold. And then with that number, then those cars are going to be called for the proper inspection. So that with this, we can increase the amount of inspection on the road so that the amount of the road that produce very high pollution can be removed from the street. Next one is maybe the practice, maybe not focusing on the technology directly, but we call low emission zone. So in some of the European countries, there's some area that we put that if the vehicle want to go or enter to that area, it need to qualify some emission standard, or the quality of the engine need to be good enough in order to go into that area. They can do this, maybe need some car technology. For example, if you want to go into maybe inner Bangkok, you need proper sticker, like the green sticker or something like that. And then before you drive and then go into that one, maybe we need some technology or CCTV or something like that in order to detect those stickers on the license plate or maybe on the windshield of the car, something like that, so that the vehicle can enter the area. If not, then they will not be allowed to go into the area, something like that. This practice is already done in the European country. We also in Thailand have some demonstration project, but it's not focused on not much focus on the emission from the car. And then last one, but not the least, is diesel particulate filters. So this diesel particulate filter is the equipment that we can attach to the exhaust pipe of the equipment. It's going to be similar to we put some filters to filtrate the pollution before it released into the atmosphere. This one can capture the soot particle and also other pollutant before it released into the atmosphere. So these are the technology that we review for the transportation sector that can be potential used to reduce emission in Bangkok. For the agricultural sector, which relate to the burning of agricultural waste, we look at the burn check application. So this morning, Pollution Control Department also talking about burn check application, which usually going to be focused on managing the waste that generate from the agricultural production. So in general, the people burn because they don't know what to do with the waste that it generates from the agricultural activity. So if they have other process or they have better management of when to burn, this one may help in order to reduce the amount of PM2.5. Satellite detection for fire hotspot. This one also currently used in order to identify the hotspot and then maybe have better management of people in the area that can go to create the fire or something like that. For the industrial sector, we look at the technology called continuous emission monitoring system. That is equipment that attached to the stack of from the factory, so that it can measure the online concentration of the pollutant that released from the stack. So that it will, and also this information will show to the public, so that it will make sure that the emission will not be higher than the standard. Okay, not only the three sectors that are the major sectors that contribute to the PM2.5 in Bangkok and in the Bangkok metropolitan region. We look for some other sector that may have some technology that can be implemented in Bangkok. For the residential sector, we look for the cleaner cook stove. And then if you are not familiar with, but I think most of you are in Southeast Asia, so you are familiar with the street food or something like that. So not only the food that we cook at home, but we are looking or referring to the food that are food stall that sell the food along the road. Sometimes you can see that we still use fuel wood, we still use coal, charcoal or something like that, and it generates a lot of smoke, right? So if we can apply the cleaner stove or use switching from coal or fuel wood into maybe LPG or something like that, then it may be able to reduce the emission. Last one gonna be the monitoring device that we call low-cost sensor that can be used in order to as the additional equipment to provide monitoring data to the standard equipment that belong to the Pollution Control Department and the Bangkok Metropolitan Authority. Okay, so those are the technology that we will look at, and then now it's going to be with those list of technology, we do some assessment of each technology in terms of innovativeness, affordability, availability, and PM2.5 reduction potential. So these are the list of technology with high potential. We classify different technology into high potential to reduce PM2.5, medium potential, and then low potential. Okay, the first one gonna be diesel particulate filters. So in terms of innovativeness, this one is we classify as low because the technology is already available for a long time. Affordability, medium, and availability gonna be medium. This one consider that whether like the normal people, like us, for example, I have car. If I have a very old car, whether I can afford to buy this kind of equipment. So we assess that maybe this technology, because of the cost, is quite high. So maybe it's suitable for the fleet owner, not for the individual, right? For example, if you own the bus fleet, if you own the truck fleet or something like that, and you have very old vehicle, and you don't want to upgrade the whole fleet into electric car, or you don't want to upgrade it into the maybe Euro 5 or Euro 6 engine, then maybe you need to consider, or you can consider the diesel particulate filters. In terms of the PM 2.5 reduction potential, importance of the problem is high because it focuses on the sector that produce a lot of PM 2.5 in Bangkok, transportation sector, and focus on the diesel engine. In terms of the efficiency, so it's also high because if you install diesel particulate filter, it can reduce more than 90% of particulate PM 2.5 from the car. So in terms of the overall assessment, this technology has high potential to reduce PM 2.5 in Bangkok. And then we also look in terms of the city action plan, Bangkok City Action Plan, in terms of the policy gap and also maybe some support that need in order to implement the diesel particulate filter in particular. For the policy gap, usually the problem is if we're looking in terms of the fleet in Bangkok, we have a fleet that combination between the new vehicles and also old vehicles. Old vehicle, I'm talking about maybe 20, 30 years of technology already. And one of those vehicles, maybe one truck that registered maybe 20 or 30 years ago, maybe generate emission equal to 20 or 30 new vehicles, right? So in Thailand, in Bangkok or in Thailand, we don't have the policy that will be removed old vehicle from the fleet. Even though we have implement the new emission standard, but those gonna be replaced the new vehicle, right? The old fleet is gonna be still there. So we still need some of the policy in order to remove those kind of the old vehicle out of the fleet. Anyway, if we could not do that, then maybe the DPF can be used in order to install to those vehicles that are very old and then control the emission from that vehicle. One of the problem is the cost, right? The cost is very expensive. So maybe, as I told you, it may not be suitable for individual owner of the vehicles, but maybe good for the fleet owners. Another thing is this technology usually qualifies already. It is already been tested with the demonstration project in Bangkok by Pollution Control Department to be suitable for Euro 2 standard engine or higher standard. Meaning that if you have pre-Euro or Euro 1, which is very, very dirty vehicle, you could not use this. The problem is going to be similar to you have filter in the house, right? And if you have very dirty emission that come out from the car, it's going to be deposit on the filters. And it will make the life of the filter very short. So meaning that if you have a very dirty vehicle, then maybe you can run the vehicle for maybe 1 day, 2 days, then all of the particulate matter already stuck on the surface, and then it cannot operate anymore. You need to clean or something like that. So maybe some of the support is we need also the possibility to test another type of technology, not 100% diesel particulate filter, but those technology called partial flow filter. So it allows some of the exhaust to pass the system, and some exhaust going to be get captured on the surface of the system. So that technology already proved in other countries that can use in the very old technology vehicle like Euro, pre-Euro or Euro 1. The second one is going to be low emission zone. For the low emission zone, in this case, in terms of innovativeness, we also assess that they have low innovativeness because this practice has been done long time ago in other countries. Affordability is high because it can be set up in different locations in the city. But the availability gonna be medium because we have the demonstration project in Pathum Thani, in Pathum One area. But those demonstration project is not focused on the emission of the vehicle going into that area because it requires the collaboration from different organizations. For example, you need to work with all of the vehicles that pass to that area. Tell them that, okay, if you want to pass this road or this district, you cannot have maybe pre-Euro or Euro 1 engine, which is usually not possible. You're going to make like the traffic in Bangkok even worse, right? So in that case, the demonstration project that we have done in Bangkok are focused on the maybe raising awareness of the people and ask for collaboration from different organizations that if you want to have vehicle to go into this area, please have better vehicle to go in or something like that, which may not be able to implement easily in the city. Anyway, if we can implement this one in Bangkok, then it will reduce the emissions significantly. For the policy gap that we identify from this technology, the first one gonna be usually these demonstration project that we have are focusing on the short-term policy, meaning that we're gonna be implement this kind of policy during the period that we have high PM2.5 problem, not all year long, which is not the same as whatever approach that they apply in other country, right? In other country, there are specific area that you could not enter those area without very clean vehicle the whole year. In this case, what happened is you don't know when it's going to be applied. You could not manage your travel, right? So it's going to be some of the policy gap that we have right now. And then we also have maybe some insufficient public transport, maybe the connection between the first mile and the last mile or something like that. The challenge or support going to be need some regulation in order to have more public transport coverage in the area and also promote the mixed use of the mode of transportation, like different type of vehicle, biking, walking, and public transportation. For the third one is electric vehicle. This one in terms of innovativeness is medium. Affordability and availability is also medium because we consider that the individual people can purchase, but also maybe the amount of the availability of electric car is still not enough in order to solve the PM2.5 problem in Bangkok. For the potential, then we identify a very high potential in order to reduce PM2.5 because it focuses on the transportation sector. In terms of the policy gaps, then again, I think this one going to be similar to the DPF. We would like to find a solution of maybe tax on the older vehicle so that we can remove the older vehicle from the fleet and then using the cleaner vehicle or the EV car instead of the older vehicle. Because right now, if we don't have any policy to remove old vehicle, then we're going to have more new vehicle with addition of the old vehicle that we have. Next technology going to be burn check application that we already have some demonstration project in the northern part of Thailand. This one in terms of innovativeness and affordability are high because we consider that the application just recently launched, and then we also changed from banning. So I think in the last 5 years you may heard that ban open burning, but right now we try to manage the waste that generate from open burning instead of the ban. So we know that we believe that if we can better manage of the waste generated from the agricultural waste, then it will also prevent the burning from of the agricultural waste. In terms of the PM2.5 reduction, the importance of the problem is high because we are also tackle directly with the open burning, which is one of the major contribution to PM2.5 concentration in Bangkok. But because this one didn't look at the technology that control the emission directly, it just avoid burning. So remove the source that are possible to happen. So we have provide assessment as the medium, but anyway, the total assessment gonna be this technology can be used and have high potential to reduce PM 2.5 in Bangkok. In terms of the policy gap, if you look in terms of the city level action plan, there's still missing link between different organizations, right? So whenever we would like to manage the waste from agriculture, so if the farmer already harvest in their land, and then there's some agricultural waste generated in that land. So what should be done in order to quickly remove that kind of waste from the area? Those need to be managed by different organizations, right? It's not just only one organization can be go into that area, remove, and then go out. Because in general, the farmer or the landowner will not work with the private entity in order to sell those kind of agricultural waste. The best way for them is to burn, to get rid of that easily. So we need some link between farmer, people that can organize in order to use those kind of agricultural waste properly. Next one going to be the satellite that we use in order to detect the open burning. In terms of the affordability for this one, we assess as the high because everyone can access to this information. But in terms of the availability, we put low because we consider that whether Thailand have its own technology in order to use. Actually, TISTR have used this kind of technology, but I think it's used when we consider this as low, is we consider that the technology is belong to NASA, belong to JAXA or something like that. If we have our own satellite that can track the country in the finer scale, so that we may have better measurement or better system to track the open burning. But anyway, in terms of the potential to reduce PM 2.5, we identify or classify this technology as high because it focuses on removing open burning from the area. The problem of the policy gap in terms of the using satellite in order to detect the open burning is also kind of similar to the previous problem. So in the policy right now, they lack of framework that link different organizations together. For example, if I give the example of how to better manage of this one. So for example, if we have database of PM 2.5 management that include the online data of different organizations. For example, monitoring of the hotspot by TISTR. After TISTR identify the hotspot, then Pollution Control Department and BMA, which are the owner of the area, get identified. And then the name of the contact number in that community need to be provided by the BMA. So that maybe some people from BMA can go into that area quickly and then maybe manage the open burning that happened and so on. So that are the list of the high potential to reduce PM 2.5. Then the next one gonna be medium potential. The first one gonna be the continuous emission monitoring system. So this system, we identify the availability as the medium because this one have been used and implemented in Thailand. In the future, in the next 1 or 2 years, there will be more and more factory to be installed with them because it's required by the standard. In terms of PM 2.5, the importance of the problem, because this one are focusing on the sector which are the industry, and then from the emission inventory, you can see that industry contribute about 20% of the total PM 2.5. So in terms of the importance of the problem, we put in terms of the medium and efficiency, because this one is not, not directly control, but it just regulate that the pollution that come from the industry cannot be higher than some certain level. So we put the efficiency of the technology as low, and then in general, in total, the technology we assess as having medium potential in order to reduce the emission PM2.5 in Bangkok. In terms of the policy gap, so this kind of policy will be implemented, and then as I told you, there will be more and more factories to install with SEM in the future. But the problem is those kind of technology will be implemented for the factory under the control of Department of Industrial Work. Any factory that are not controlled by Department of Industrial Work, for example, community-based factory or something like that, that are not classified in that under the Department of Industrial Work, will not need to install SEM. So they need to have additional regulation or some kind of community control in order to help monitor the emission from the factory that are not under the Department of Industrial Work. Some kind of legal man smoke chart or something like that, that the community can be used in order to detect or check whether the smoke from the stack are higher than the standard or not. That might be possible. Next one gonna be cleaner cooktop or cleaner fuel. So in terms of the affordability and availability, this one we assess as high. But the major problem of this one is usually gonna be, we're talking about local preference and local limitation, right? So if you buy some pork, grilled pork, which sell and produce from the charcoal compared to the LPG, which one that you prefer? Maybe you prefer the one that based on the charcoal grill, right? Because it has some taste that the LPG could not provide. So in that case, it's going to be very difficult in order to implement this kind of policy that encourage people from switching using the charcoal or maybe fuel wood into the LPG burning stove or something like that. In terms of the policy gap, so actually we have no regulation or policy that talking about the street food or something like that, because it also directly relate to the income of the people in the community, right? We could not tell you that during these 3 days we're going to have high PM2.5, then please don't come and sell food on the street. So that's not possible. So maybe this one going to be a challenge in the city that we need also some kind of policy that can implement. Next one going to be remote sensing for vehicle that I told you that instead of the manual system that we have right now, we can use the automatic system that can be cover the bigger volume of the vehicle that can be removed from the road if they have higher emission. In this one, the problem that identify is going to be the technology is not available in Thailand right now, and also the cost going to be quite expensive for the implementation. So in this technology, we need some technology transfer from other countries that already been used, and then successful story, and then maybe can be applied to Thailand. And next one going to be some of the funding support that can be used in order to procure and also maintenance of the equipment. The last one going to be low potential technology that can be used to reduce PM2.5, and we classify the low cost sensor as the low potential because this one didn't directly reduce the emission of PM2.5, but it actually raised the awareness of the people, right? If you use properly, it will raise the awareness of the people that, okay, today or maybe during this week, we have high PM2.5 concentration. Then instead of driving to work, then maybe we should take public transport or something like that. But anyway, there are big mark here that the sensor that we should use or refer to should be certified by the US EPA and also follow the standard method in terms of calculation of air quality index. The policy gap also, well, in general, in other area, not in Bangkok, we don't have enough monitoring station. But in Bangkok, you can see that we have maybe more than enough monitoring station already. The problem, another problem is the sensor quality is usually going to be varied by the one that produce those kind of sensor. So for the challenge and support, maybe we need to provide some guideline for the control of the sensor quality and so on. Maybe need to have regular check-up, regular calibration, and so on. So with that, I would like to provide a summary of our technology assessment. The green color gonna be have higher potential to reduce emission, particularly PM2.5 in Bangkok. The orange color have medium potential, and then the red color is provide low potential. Anyway, with this kind of assessment, we also discuss with the stakeholder that working on air pollution in Thailand, and then there are some additional recommendation. For example, if we are talking about the emission from industrial sector, in not only SEM that we can use in order to reduce emission, but we should look at the technology that are like under the Department of Industrial Work that have the project on the smart boiler, which use IoT in order to make better combustion and then reduce the emission. And also the cleaner crematorium and waste incinerator that can be applied into different locations. For the burn check application that avoid open burning in different locations, we should also include the technology to make product or fuel from the agricultural waste, because in order to properly manage the waste in the area, we need to have the technology that can transfer those waste into the final product so that it can provide the sustainability management of the agricultural waste that generate in the area. So with that, I would like to maybe conclude my presentation, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. That's a very useful information. Well, coming from background business and marketing myself, I find this topic is very interesting, Ajahn. Okay, so now we would like to open for Q&A. So if anyone here would like to ask Professor any questions, please raise your hand up. Do we have any question? Feel free to raise your hand. Yes, we have question. Can we have a microphone to the guest, please? ขอไมโครโฟนให้ค่ะ Professor Ek Badin ka, maybe he might want to ask your question. I'm not sure, so we'll maybe one microphone for Professor as well, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a nice presentation. But like, I want to ask, like in your slide, you said that the major contributor of PM2.5 in Bangkok is vehicle emissions, right? But like some studies, they contradict that vehicle emissions, transportation is not the major contributor in Bangkok. Apart, like maybe like biomass combustion is the one of the major contributors. So how do you like describe it?
Yeah, so I think that's the good question. So maybe if you look in terms of the different study, you may find different contribution, right? But there are two things that maybe I would like to highlight. The first one, the bar chart the pie chart that I show is the emission inventory, meaning that if you look in terms of the source that are in Bangkok, what are the source that contribute to different fraction of PM2.5 in Bangkok. But if we have another study that we collect the air quality, the PM2.5 in the air, and then we identify that what are the source, what are the possible source of the PM2.5 in the air. Those may contribute from the open burning, right? Because if you go into capture, for example, if I collect the sample here, PM2.5, and then I analyze and found that maybe the PM2.5 that I collect in this room may not generate in this room, right? It may come from outside or something like that. So in general, I think you are correct also. If we measure the concentration in the ambient, sometime during the high PM2.5 season, maybe there is the possibility that the major contribution may be coming from the open burning. But if we look in terms of the source only inside Bangkok area, the traffic gonna be the major source.
One more question, like Thailand have a policy of 30 at 30 right now, like to introduce 30% of electric vehicles till 2030. So what's the community's feedback about that? Or is it possible like in 2030 or maybe in 2035 that Thailand will have 35% or 70% of electric vehicles?
I'm not sure whether there are some other people that can answer this one. I think I'm not the right person, but yeah.
So no problem. Is there any professor, anyone online at the moment that might be able to answer this question? Or, sorry, what was your question again? Let me ask you, can you?
Like Thailand have a policy right now, like 30 at 30, like 30% of electric vehicles in 2030. But is it like, what's the community's feedback about this policy? Or is it possible for Thailand to like implement this policy, like that they will have 30%, 35% of electric vehicles in 2030 or 50% in 2035?
So, anyone? Okay, so what I think we would do, we keep that question in mind and maybe we give you the answer later on, maybe online, all right? Okay, so thank you very much everyone for the first session. However, we will back another session. Yes, sorry, sir. You have question, okay.
So the, Professor, I know that the burn check application, that's voluntary, correct? Yeah, it's not as if someone's mandating or monitoring whether someone actually goes through with it. No, it's kind of a first step, but it has a lot of holes or gaps. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I think maybe it's the application that help to manage, right? But you need to willingly doing that. If you still want to burn because you want to get rid of that, then the application will not help. But if you intend or you want to help the community by, okay, follow that recommendation from the application, then it can avoid some of the PM2.5 that not going to be generated during that time.
And are there statistics on whether it's been actually effective, the program?
In the demonstration area, yes, it is.
Okay.
But the problem is how to scale it up.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the Q&A. That will be the end of the first morning session. However, we'll back here again. We will break for lunch. I will be back here at 1:30 p.m. at this room. Thanks very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ แล้วเดี๋ยวเราจะกลับมาพบกันอีกทีตอนบ่ายโมงครึ่งนะคะ Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session. Welcome back to the TISTR International Conference on Air Pollution, Perspective, Prediction, Prevention and Control. Let's start session 2, Technology and Innovation to Predict. I invite Dr. Sakda Three-Day, Director of Air Quality and Noise Innovation, Sufficient Pollution Control Department, to make a presentation.
Okay, So hello, good afternoon, everybody. So in this session, actually in the program, it state the topic is weather research forecast model. However, in my session, I just would like to present in terms of a share of my experience as well. So my topic is going to be the comprehensive concept of PM2.5 forecast, a case study in Thailand. Actually, my major tool is the weather research forecast model. So I think it could great opportunity that I can share my experiment as well. Okay, so first of all, I just would like to introduce myself for just a little. My name is Sakar Traidesh. Currently, I'm in charge as Director of Air Quality and Noise Innovation Subdivision at Pollution Control Department in Thailand. My background, all of my degree, I'm graduate manufacturing engineering. However, I have some basic of computer programming, mathematics, and also some physics. So that's why I can use mathematical modeling. I start my work at the Pollution Control Department in Thailand as a governmental scholarship student. So it's been almost 12 years that I have been working at the Pollution Control Department in Thailand. Okay, so this is the contents of my presentation. First of all, I just would like to give you some the basic of atmospheric science. So why we encounter with the PM2.5 problem in Thailand. So this basic will guide all of you guys. That's why we do need to have mathematical modeling to cope with the PM2.5 problem. So then I will go to the background of PM2.5 problem in our country, in Thailand. So then I will just give a brief short about the chemical transport model, or it could be called WRF-chem. So then I will give you some the requirement of a WRF-chem for the basic for a major user, because this kind of model we cannot use just ordinary computer. We need to use the high performance computing unit. And then I will go to the model configuration and some product example, and then I will show you some preliminary evaluation, and then I will go to the conclusion of my presentation. Okay, first of all, the basics of air quality modeling. In our real world, we have to know that there is the three types of the mathematical modeling for the air quality model. The first one is the dispersion model. The dispersion model, I think all of you guys in this room that will be quite familiar with the air quality model will heard about some model called Amos or Gaussian-based model. This kind of model does not include chemical reaction in the atmosphere. So we have to bear in mind about. Okay, so sorry that the staff just told me that my voice is a bit lower. So sorry, I will try to push my efforts. Okay, and the second one is a photochemical model. This kind of model is a bit complicated. This kind of model includes the chemical reaction in the atmosphere. So that's why when you choose how to use which one of the model for your objective, you have to bear in mind about this requirement. When you go with the dispersion model, the processing time is quicker, but you don't have chemical reaction in the atmosphere. But when you use photochemical model, you have chemical reaction in atmosphere, but processing time is a bit more longer. And the third one is the receptor modeling. This one is a bit more separately. This one, I think, in my opinion, it looks just like a statistical based model. So it's different when we comparing with dispersion modeling and photochemical modeling. The Wolf Chem Weather Research Forecast model that I just going to give you some experience is photochemical modeling. Okay, the basic of air quality model in our world, you may heard the name of a model, Wolfram, CMAX, or ChemX, or something like that, AMOD as well. All of these kind of model have the same basics. When you would like to simulate or determine the impact of a receptor or anywhere that you want to determine, you would like to calculate the concentration of air pollutant in atmosphere. When you would like to calculate, you need to know where is the source, and then that source you need to know the emission rate, and then you need to have a meteorological condition. When you have this kind of two sources of data, you can calculate the impact at the receptor that you need to know. So you have emission rate. Then you have meteorological data. You can calculate air pollutant in terms of concentration unit in atmosphere. So any type of air quality model use this technique. So I think in my experience, all of my friends, all of the member of my family, and also my colleague in pollution control department, most of them don't know the phenomenon or the mechanic of PM2.5 problem in the atmosphere. I think all of you guys might heard about the term of inversion or something like that when we have a PM2.5 problem. But normally, they don't know what is the inversion. They don't know why it happens. In the left-hand side is the normal condition. The warm weather or warm climate is near the cloud base, and the colder is the upper. But when we going into the winter period, the warm layer is in the middle. So it's the right-hand side picture. In this condition, we can encounter with the inversion situation. In the right-hand side, when you encounter with the inversion, the air pollutant from the source cannot disperse into the atmosphere. So that's why when we going into the winter period, the PM2.5 from the source cannot disperse outside outside the area. So the PM2.5 concentration is more and more at the ground base. So that's why sometimes we can saw PM2.5 in this particle with our eyes. So this is the this is the root cause of the PM2.5 problem. So this is some example that I received from the NOAA USA. This one can be quite clear that express why PM2.5 problem occur in everywhere in our world. The left hand side, as I showed you in a previous slide, warm weather or warm climate in the ground base. So in this situation, PM2.5 can going up in the vertical axis and can disperse outside the area. But in the middle picture, when high pressure or cold weather dominate the area, so the warm layer going into the middle, and then inversion occur. So the right hand side, when PM2.5 emit from the source, it cannot going outside the area. So that's why we encounter PM2.5 crisis in every winter period. So how can we forecast and how can we determine the future scenario? We can use the tools called Weather Research Forecast Model or WRF. In this tool, it can simulate the mechanics of the atmosphere in our world. So, Pollution Control Department Thailand, we decide to use this tool from the background of the problem that I just told you. Also, TMD, Thailand Meteorological Department, they use this tool to forecast rain, pressure, temperature. Okay, I will go fast a bit. Okay, that's the previous slide. I present all of you guys for the meteorological condition. However, something that we need to bear in mind as well is the mechanic of PM2.5 that when it emits from the source to the atmosphere. You might heard the term of primary pollutant and secondary pollutant. Some kind of pollutant, when they emit from the source to the atmosphere, they can transform in the atmosphere into another form. So that's why it can be called primary and secondary pollutant. PM2.5 is one of the substance that can transform from another substance into PM2.5. So that's why we need photochemical model, because if you use just only dispersion model that I just told you before in the first of my presentation, if you use just only ordinary dispersion model, it cannot be include chemical reaction. So you could not calculate secondary pollutant. That's why we need to use photochemical model. You heard much about the term of PM2.5, but some people, I think a lot, they don't know what is the component of a PM2.5. Because if we let's say we talk about nitrate, sulfate, black carbon, organic carbon, okay, we know this term, but have you ever know this kind of term that I just told you is the major thing that comprise in PM2.5? Because the PM2.5 is just the normal term that we know, but the root cause, the origin of the PM2.5 is this four component that I just told you. Okay, so we come into the background of PM2.5 in Thailand. The previous topic that I just told you is the basics of. That's why we really need the air quality model. Okay, so the background of PM2.5 in Thailand. In Thailand, we have the serious and critical area, the northern part of the Thailand, Bangkok and metropolitan, the southern part of Thailand, and also northeast of the Thailand. In every area, we have different root cause. In Bangkok, the root cause is come from transport sector. In northern part of Thailand, we have a root cause from open burning. In northeast, we have a root cause from sugarcane. And in southern part of Thailand, we have a root cause from transboundary. Actually, northern part of Thailand is also transboundary as well. So, PCD, Pollution Control Department, Thailand, we have established Center for Pollution Mitigation, CAPM, and the head of CAPM is the Director General of Pollution Control Department. Currently, Dr. Pinsak Surasawadi, he is the DG of PCD. He is the head of CAPM. And the action plan of CAPM, we have 12 work tasks. However, the 7 work tasks, we have to forecast PM2.5 scenario in advance, at least 3 days in advance. However, the problem that I just told you at my first slide, if we decide to use chemical modeling, we have to take very, very long processing time. So how long? For example, last 4 years, when I start to use chemical modeling, I used PCD data center, the very big one in my organization. The PCD data center has 50 core processor. Normal personal computer, it has 4 core computing. PCD data center, we have 50 cores. When I use WolfChem to forecast PM2.5 in advance, just only 1 day, it takes 20 hours processing time. So, not practical. That's why I told you, if you decide to use chemical model, you need to have very, very powerful workstation. So this is how chemical transport model looks like. And the one thing that I just would like to tell you, if you decide to use this kind of modeling, its operating system is not Windows, it's Unix. So no GUI, no interface, it's pure computer programming. So that's why last 3 years ago, Pollution Control Department Thailand, we decided to make MOU with NASDA, National Science Technology Development Agency, to make MOU to use high performance computing units or supercomputer, because we cannot use just only ordinary computer. NASDA supercomputer, it has around 4,320 cores. So when we use the supercomputer, we can reduce the processing time around 20 hours to 40 minutes. So that's why today, PCD, Pollution Control Department Thailand, we can predict PM2.5 in advance 7 days. However, in PCD, we don't have our own. Okay, so that's why what I just would like to tell of you guys. When NASDA they make a maintenance or MA, PCD cannot do anything because we don't have our own HPC. Okay, so this is how the architect PCD forecasting process looks like. We need the input data from our station, the meteorological data and emission inventory to workstation, and then we make the initial condition, and then we transfer this initial condition to NASDA supercomputer and make the simulation. Okay, this is how it looks like. When the simulation process is finished, we can make a post-processing in terms of 3D and 2D graphic. This kind of graphic we can both present to the people and also in the high-level management in the ministry. Okay, so this is how the domain configuration looks like. Currently, when we use the NASDAQ supercomputer, we can make the simulation for the high resolution grid. Currently, we make a resolution grid for 3 kilometers, 3 by 3 kilometers. So and in maybe next 1 or 2 years from now, we will make a more high resolution grid into 2 kilometers. So it's more accuracy that we expect. This is the BMR Bangkok Metropolitan Domain Configuration looks like. And this one is for the northern part of Thailand. However, Dr. Pinsak Surasawadi, the DG, he told me that in the near future, we need to make the domain configuration to cover the whole of Thailand. So we need more the workstation more efficiently. Okay, and I just would like to tell you the meteorological data set. Currently, Pollution Control Department Thailand, we use the GFS data, Global Forecast System, but we just discussed with the TMD, the Thailand Meteorological Department. We're gonna try to use more ECMWF from European side. We expected that the high accuracy in the near future. Okay, this is how the product examples looks like. We can do the post-processing in terms of 2D. This one is 2D, and this one we can also make the 3D dimension. So then we can express for more understand when we discuss in terms of a transboundary haze. Okay, this one I do this one in last February for the transboundary haze, and I present to the Director General to present when we do the public release. Okay, so this one is how the infographic looks like when we do the 7 days forecast in advance. So this one we do every day, and we do the everyday public release. So you can see this infographic from Air4Thai application. Okay, so for the preliminary evaluation, from the statistical evaluation, the trend from the simulation and is quite well with the observation data, but we have to more adjust about the magnitude of the simulation data and observation data. Okay, for the future works, the first one that I just told you, we need to expand the boundary of the target domain to cover the whole of Thailand. But actually the DG, he just told me that actually we need more for the neighbor country, but it's so difficult. And the second one is the improve of the resolution and accuracy. That's I just told you before. Currently, we have a resolution for 3 by 3 kilometers for one grid. In the near future, we're gonna the step up for 2 kilometers. And the third one is to find the optimal solution for supporting short and long-term haze-free strategic planning. Because in the long-term plan, we need more. Because when we discuss about the 7 day in advance, actually when the top level management, actually they need more, let's say 1 month in advance. So how can we do about this topic. And the fourth one is the update of emission inventory. The emission inventory plays the critical role about this kind of tool because it's the major input data. If you can do the emission inventory for, let's say, near real time, the more accuracy will result for this one. Okay, this one I give you some reference. And okay, thank you very much for your attention. This is my experience of use weather research forecast model to cope with the PM2.5 problem in Thailand. Thank you very much. And so, anyone have some questions?
Thank you, Dr. Sakda. Does anyone have a question for the online participants? For online participants, you can put your questions and drop it in the question box, and we'll try to answer it at the end of the session. And anyone here would like to ask Dr. Sakda a question? Okay, so there's no question. Thank you, Ka. Okay, so moved on to the sixth speaker. I would like to invite Ms. Kanchana Ket Kurang, GEO Information Officer, GEO Informatics and Space Technology Development Agency, or GISTDA, Thailand, to present on space-based PM2.5 monitoring technology for supporting data to relevant organizations on prediction, prevention, and control. Please welcome her on stage, Ka.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Kanchana. I'm geoinformatics specialist from TISTR. Today, I will present in space-based PM2.5 monitoring technology for supporting data to relevant organizations on prediction, prevention, and control.
Be back shortly, so stay tuned online. Okay, welcome back.
Okay, there are three main topics. Okay, the first one is about the satellite. Second one is about air quality, and the third one is about the satellite technology to support air pollution monitoring. Okay, from the first satellite in 1957 to the middle of this year, there have been more than 10,000 satellites orbiting in space, and about 60% of satellites are in operational, and the rate of the run the satellite has increased over the past 10 years. Okay. It is also possible that there will be approximately 20,000 to 100,000 satellites in space in the next 5 to 10 years. From these 10,000 satellites, we can classify the type of satellite. We can classify in according to the altitude of their orbit, and classify according to the purpose of the mission or function of the satellite. When we define the type of altitude of the satellite, we can divide it into 4 types. The first one is like a low Earth orbit satellite. That will have altitude around 160 kilometers until 1,500 kilometers. This is a low Earth orbit that it will serve the high resolution data, and their limited time is frequency, and also in sun synchronized orbit satellite is the one type of the low Earth orbit satellite. But in the sun synchronized orbit satellite, the different direction, because it will orbit from the north to south. These all 2 types of satellite is almost be Earth observation satellite and for the environmental monitoring. And the other one, like a medium Earth orbit satellite, is altitude around 5,000 to 20,000 kilometers. This is the medium resolution imagery also. And this kind of satellite is like for navigation satellite. And the last one is the geostationary satellite. The altitude at 35,700 25,786 kilometers. It fits the altitude like this, because the geostationary satellite, the speed of orbit same the Earth orbit. That's why when we will look at the geostationary satellite, it look stay fit with us. So this satellite is for communication satellite or meteorology satellite. Okay, and when we define the type of satellite, like a function or the usage of the satellite, in modern, the most of this satellite is 63% is a communication satellite, and 22% is a Earth observation satellite, and then technology development, navigation, global positioning, technology demonstration, Earth side space observation, and space side satellite. And the satellite can do many things, like showing the slide communication, climate and environmental monitoring, navigation, business and finance, weather safety, and many functions. So we can use the about the satellite to do with air quality. As I tell about a satellite, it can be seen that with a variety of type of satellite, including orbit, purpose, and specific characteristics of satellite, such as record data in a large area and continually and consistently in long time ago. That is make satellite data good source or tool for be used in environment management. This one the example of satellite for air quality monitoring. There are this is the A-train satellite constellation for monitoring air quality. And this is the example in the left-hand side image for the nitrogen dioxide in 2022. And this is the example of Sentinel 5P satellite for process the air quality, like a carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, methane, nitrogen, sulfate, and UV aerosol. This is process use data in January in this year. We will see the methane in Thailand really high. Okay. Okay, this is the part of the satellite for PM 2.5 monitoring. This is we use the using satellite data integrated with a space ground-based station and physical factor data to process PM 2.5. We use two types of satellite for like hourly satellite and daily satellite to process it. For the hourly satellite, we use for monitoring PM 2.5 in near real time. And this data is served on web application and mobile application. And for the daily data, the satellite in the daily they have a data long time, so we can use it for study the pattern of PM 2.5 in Thailand. This is the in the left hand side and is data in January and to February, and the right hand side is the data in March to April. And the lower size is the hotspot in Thailand in the same time with the upper size. And this is the PM 2.5 average monthly. We use the almost 20 years to study the pattern PM 2.5 in Thailand. That we can see the high PM 2.5 during March and April. Might be related with the previous speaker that he talked about the temperature inversion or something. That is, I think this is related with that he have talked. And this is the average PM 2.5 monthly in 20 years. We can see in during January and February, the high PM 2.5 is in the central part of Thailand. And when moved to the March to April, the high PM 2.5 in real central part, northern part, and along the border of Thailand. And this is the trend of PM 2.5. It also shows that in January and February, PM 2.5 increased, seen in the link in central part and might be in eastern part of Thailand. But for in March and April, the PM 2.5 trending increased in northern part and along the border of the Thailand. Okay, the next topic is about satellite and how satellite can supporting PM 2.5 control that have, as I have said, because of satellite, there are the excellent spatial and temporal correlation, and it can use for the monitoring, mapping, and modeling and managing for the space based on spatial based on every for the in many field or many application. So not only for the aerosol, it's still monitoring in many applications. Also, this is the data from the satellite. The first one is the PM 2.5, and the second one is the relative humidity, and the third one is the air temperature, and satellite also can do the hotspot and burn area, and we can monitoring the agricultural area also is the last one. And also satellite can, as we know, we can check or monitoring the hotspot, not only in Thailand, also in a neighbor. In the red point is the hotspot in a light field, and in the blue spot is the hotspot in a crop field. And we can count it in each country there how much the hotspot in every day. And also for the essential climate variable in 54 data, it has 60% of the 54 ECV can derive from satellite integrated with the ground station. So that's why satellite data will can supporting many field and also the air quality control and monitoring also. This is show about how we can monitoring the dust and in the ground and showing. So we can monitoring in a near real time from satellite. So this is the example of the satellite data. Okay, next. And in the future, there are a lot of satellite to provide for monitoring air quality and greenhouse gas. So satellite data is the data reduce the limitation of using ground-based measurement instrument. The introduction of continuous measure geospatial data from satellite will provide a clearer understand and visibility in strategic planning for limit of PM 2.5. you.
Thank you ค่ะคุณกัญจนา Okay, is there anyone have a question? You can ask the question either in Thai or in English, no problem. What about online? Okay, let me remind you again for the online participants, you can drop in your question through the drop box and then we will answer at the end of the session. Okay, so now we moved on to our next speaker. I would like to invite Ms. Soricha Kit Asa, Research Officer from the Expert Center of Innovative Clean Energy and Environment, R&D Group for Sustainable Development, TISTR, to present on monitoring and sources identification of air pollution and case study. Please welcome her on stage, ka.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Soricha Kit Asa. I'm researcher from Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research. Today I'm talking about monitoring and source identification of air pollution and case study. And talk about my research project, air pollution survey source enforcement of particulate matter, a case study of area around the North Bangkok power plant. And this project supported by Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. Okay, I'm going to start with emission inventory. Emission inventory is a database that lists by source the amount of air pollutant discharged into the atmosphere during a year or also time periods. In Thailand, 1992, the first air pollution emission inventory was created in Bangkok and metropolitan, later expanded to cover major provinces. However, the emission inventory of the area cannot be representative another area. So, emission inventory is an important to know the source of pollution. And this figure shows the emission estimate. The most commonly used method is emission factor or EF. EF is a ratio between between emission and activity. For example, gram of activity per kilogram of fuel burner. And we can use the emission factor database from US EPA, EEA, WHO or IPCC. And another way to know source of air pollution is receptor model. Receptor model are mathematical and statistic procedure for identifying and quantifying the source of the air pollution at the receptor location. Example for receptor model are PMF, CMB, MLR, or MMAPS. And this research project use the PMF model. The PMF model calculates source profile or fingerprint, source contribution, and source profile uncertainty. The model is free of charge because the model developed by US EPA. What is the cause of PM2.5? The primary source PM2.5 in general are from incomplete combustion, automobile emission, dust and cooking, and the second emission source from chemical reaction in the atmosphere. In the Bangkok and metropolitan, the most serious pollutant is PM2.5. These five particulates are very harmful to environment and health. If their concentration in the atmosphere are high, they particularly can cause serious health problems. So, the result has been initial aiming to investigate air quality within an area of 5 kilometers around the North Bangkok power plant. Sorry. Next. Okay. And objective of my research projects: first, study the ambient air quality and analyze the PM 2.5 within the area of 5 kilometers around the North Bangkok Power Plant or NBPP. Second, analyze the particulate matter from stack of the North Bangkok Power Plant. Output of this project: first, emission inventory of area around the North Bangkok Power Plant. Second, isoped map to describe PM 2.5. Third, information on air pollution and their emission source. Fourth, information on particulate matter released from stack of the North Bangkok Power Plant. Next. Emission inventory of the area around the North Bangkok Power Plant. This figure shows the study area about 5 kilometers around the North Bangkok Power Plant. And in this study, using the emission factor or EF, using the emission factor approach and several open source EF database such as US EPA, EEA, PCD, and report on PM 2.5 study in Bangkok, Chiang Mai, and Nakhon Ratchasima from AIT and TISTR. And this table shows activity and number of samples in this study: point source and area source data collection with questionnaire, and mobile source data collection with video recording. And this figure show ratio of emission in this study. Point source of sulfur dioxide emission ratio about 75% mainly from industrial facility. The resource of PM 2.5, PM 10, carbon monoxide, NOx, and NMVOC emission ratio about 45%, 56%, 99%, 82%, and 93% respectively, mainly from mobile source such as vehicle on roads and transportation vessel. Area source of TSP ratio about 98%, mainly from demolition and construction in this study area. And this figure on the left show the grid map of PM 2.5 in the study area, and on the right hand show the PM 2.5 from mobile source overlay with the main load. You can see the red line in the figure. It is main road, and minor roads is a blue line in the figure. The study area divides into sub-area or grids, hexagonal shape with a length of 100 meters on each side, totaling 3,138 grids, about 5 kilometers around the North Bangkok Power Plant. The concentration of PM 2.5 is highest along the main road, followed by a group of minor roads. On road, the dust is produced both from contact between the tire and the road surface when the vehicle is moving, and include fuel combustion, especially incomplete combustion. Next, study for isoped map to describe air pollution. In the figure, you can see the number 1 to 10 in this figure. Use secondary data for monitoring station from Bangkok and PCD, and number 11 to 15 use primary data for setting monitoring station for measurement air pollution. And parameter for this study such as TSP, PM10, PM2.5, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, wind speed, and wind direction. And this is equipment for ambient air sampling in station 11 to 15. And this shows the result of isopate map to describe PM 2.5 in February and November. Concentration of PM 2.5 more than June because Bangkok has been starting with PM 2.5 pollution often in winter about October to March. This problem comes from many reasons such as the wind direction, a loss of humidity in the air, increase of vehicle and factory in the area, and including open burning of agriculture in nearby province. The result of the hotspot are consistent with the result of isopate map of PM 2.5. And next, analysis of PM 2.5 emission source. The figure shows the station for measuring PM 2.5 in A and B. This research used gravimetric method and used the quad filter for measuring PM 2.5 and sampling PM 2.5 and ionic of PM 2.5 analysis with ion chromatography, element of PM 2.5 analysis with ICP-MS, and using positive metric factor or PMF version 5 for analyze PM 2.5 emission source. And this pie chart shows the result of PM 2.5 emission source of A and B. In A, secondary sulfate and biomass burning account for 43% with the largest proportion coming from open source. Moreover, PM 2.5 also come from cooking because around the A is a dense commodity. There are a lot of grill food or street food. There is also an oxidation reaction of sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere, mostly from engine exhaust and some from the factory in the study area. In B, traffic emission about 46% is the last proportion of source because B is located in urban area with heavy traffic. There are government center, shopping center, market, temple, and tourist attraction in this study area. Analyze of particulate matter released from stack of NBPP, and this table shows the parameter from this study. We measure of air pollution from the stack and analyze of particle ratio from the stack. And this figure shows the result of this study, comparisons of chemical component of PM 2.5 between stack A and B. Chemical component of PM 2.5 of A and B are similar, but different with the stack of NBPP. PM 2.5 from the stack on the NBPP has a high proportion of sodium ion, sulfate ion, magnesium, aluminum, while B and A has a high proportion of magnesium, iron, zinc, and aluminum. This suggests that PM 2.5 in area around the North Bangkok power plant is generally from ozone source. This is consistent with the PM 2.5 source classification result using the PMF model of this study. And the result of this research project can be used to plan air quality management impact of air pollution, and Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand or EGAT use the data from this study to be a database for forecasting air pollution in the area and used to communicate with community to finding way to reduce the PM 2.5 in the area around the North Bangkok power plant. Okay, thank you all for attention. Today I'm so really excited because this is I have a give presentation in English in my first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sotisha. Oh, you've done really good job, actually. Actually, there's question, right? Okay, so let me have the microphone. So there's question for you.
Sure, could you go back to slide 6 or 7? No, the where we talked about survey. Maybe a couple of more. Sorry, going up. Yeah, 7, 6, keep going. Keep going up. Keep going up. And one more, yeah, exactly. So
That one, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you describe a little more about the questionnaire? Was it just respondents being asked a list of questions about how long they operate, some combustion unit or so on? Like, what was the content and how did you derive the data out of that?
Do you mean how they get this data here?
Correct.
Right.
Emissions inventory.
Yeah, sure.
For example, 199 samples of industry. What did that give us?
Right. I'm just going to do the translation. Okay, so the methods that we use questionnaires. Okay, so the method we use is emailing, telephone, by calling randomly to our target, and questionnaire, Q&A, through email and post. Also, one of the things is we go into a certain department or location to get quantitative and qualitative questionnaires. Okay, and for the video recording, what she used is they put the camera in certain junctions and then by use secondary data from the Department of, I believe that the transportation department in Bangkok. That's where they gather information from as well. So by asking some information from the department that they're dealing with.
So for example, the temple, crematory, 56 samples, correct?
Yeah, 56, yeah.
So what is it that was asked of the people who responded to your survey? What was asked? How long they run the crematory, how...
The length of time is 1 year to gather the information. Okay. She mentioned that for further information or any in-depth details, she can send it to you via email if you like, because there's a lot more information that maybe at the moment she might not be able to answer you in detail. So apologies for that. Any more question? Hard question that was. All right. Shall we move on to next speaker then? Thank you, Ka. And thank you for the question as well. It's a very important question, but we will try to give you the answer as much as we can. Right. Our next speaker, last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Ivan Bing, Atmospheric Measurement Manager, Northwest Clean Air Agency, United States, to present on regulatory air monitor and sensor data communication, public hazard forecasting during emerging wildfire events. Due to time differences, Dr. Ivan had recorded his presentation for us, so we'll play the video for you.
Sawadee Ka. Hello everyone, my name is Evan Bing and I am an air quality fellow working with the U.S. State Department in the Bangkok Embassy and also assisting the consulate in Chiang Mai with a variety of air quality related topics. And I am also the ambient air quality monitoring manager for a clean air agency in the United States. The clean air agency is called Northwest Clean Air Agency. And today I just wanted to share with all of you some of the challenges we deal with in the United States with respect to regulatory air quality monitors, low-cost air quality sensors, and the data communication during wildfire smoke events. This is just a brief overview of the presentation today. So I'm first going to describe some of the challenges, the PM2.5 or smoke challenges that we deal with in the Western United States. I'll talk about the public perception of government air quality programs, low-cost air quality sensors and the data from them, something called correction factors that has to deal with the usage of low-cost sensors, air quality hazard forecasting challenges, and then finally the public communications component of discussing wildfire smoke impacts. So similar to Thailand, in the United States, we also deal with significant PM2.5 challenges, especially in the Western United States, where we frequently get these very large wildfire events that produce a lot of smoke, and the smoke from these fires filters into communities that we are trying to protect. We're trying to protect the citizens' health and the environment. And especially during the summer months, we can experience very unhealthy or even hazardous air quality at some of these locations for days or weeks at a time. So this is a very significant concern in the broad scope of air quality in the United States. Especially within the last 10 years or so, we have seen a dramatic increase in both the severity and the frequency of these wildfire events in the United States. And with the wildfires comes the smoke, of course. And the general public is becoming increasingly aware of these smoke events, and it's a topic of discussion during the summer months especially. And however, there's a large amount of confusion among the public about which data to use, what to do during smoke events, where to go, and where to get things like air quality forecasts. I just wanted to briefly share some background about how the hierarchy of environmental agencies works in the United States. So we do have a federal level environmental authority known as the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, that has jurisdiction over all of the United States. But due to the size of the U.S., it's necessary to break down the responsibilities of the EPA into more manageable sections. So in the case of Washington State, where I live and work, we have a state level authority or a subnational level environmental authority called the Washington Department of Ecology. But even within that, there are several local air agencies or sub-district level authorities that oversee specific regions within the states. So within the state of Washington, I live in northwest portion of the state, and I work for Northwest Clean Air Agency, which is charged with the air quality monitoring of 3 counties within Washington state. There are a number of misconceptions about what clean air agencies do in the United States, and we frequently get questions during the summer months about how to respond to wildfire smoke, what people should do, where to get data. And it's a challenge that air agencies throughout the country have been working to meet because that was not one of the original, it wasn't really one of the original purposes behind the creation of clean air agencies. The original purpose of doing air monitoring at the government level was to track the long-term trends of several widely or commonly found air pollutants throughout the United States, what we call the criteria pollutants, which are subject to National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS. And these are pollutants that are primarily, that have been primarily associated with industrial sources. And the clean air legislation in the United States has been working for decades to lower the levels of these pollutants. And so that is the primary reason why we've been doing government level air quality monitoring since the creation of the Environmental Protection Agency and the passage of the Clean Air Act. But the public typically has a much different perception of the sort of activities we do. And they expect that we are monitoring the air pollution associated with wildfire smoke. And so that's a challenge that we've been increasingly trying to meet and allocating more resources to doing better, more widespread monitoring of smoke, even though it's not necessarily required of us from legislation. The U.S. government Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR, requires government monitoring authorities to not only monitor the criteria air pollutants, but to make the data from those monitors publicly available in near real time via website or other means, so that members of the public can make decisions about their outdoor activities and their environmental health. For example, is it a good day to have outdoor recess or to have after-school outdoor sporting events? Is it safe to exercise? That sort of thing. So when populations for a given metropolitan area exceed that threshold, the states or the sub-district level monitoring authorities are required to make the data available to the public in the form of a website or other similar means. Since the enactment of the Clean Air Act, and really for the last several decades, U.S. government air quality monitoring programs have largely been focused on the installation and operation of these very expensive regulatory or reference monitors, like you can see in the upper photo on this slide. And the monitor depicted here is about $25,000 US and requires continuous staff expertise and maintenance to maintain properly. But the benefit to running these monitors is that the data is extremely accurate and precise, and is very useful in tracking the long-term air quality trends throughout the United States. But we are struggling to balance the operation of these expensive regulatory monitors with the recent widespread adoption of low-cost air quality sensors, like the one depicted in the lower right corner. These low-cost air quality sensors are typically closer to about $200 to $300 US, and we're seeing widespread adoption among the public and local health departments, schools. Many of these sorts of organizations have been deploying these sensors because they want more localized air quality data for their region. But the public frequently has questions about why there are differences between the data from these low-cost sensors and the data from our regulatory monitors. So even though it isn't required of the local air agencies to install and operate these low-cost sensors, many clean air agencies like ours recognize the utility in deploying these sensors as well as the regulatory monitors because of their relatively low cost and the ease of installation, since many of them just require an electrical outlet and access to Wi-Fi. And we're also trying to meet the public expectation that the local air agencies are monitoring air quality everywhere, all the time. which is of course not true, but there is that public expectation that that is actually what we're doing. So we try to deploy many of these sensors so that we can fill spatial gaps in our monitoring network coverage and also provide more localized expertise data for these specific populations that haven't historically had access to air quality data. But we are also responsible for educating the public about some of the challenges of using the data and some of the differences between the low-cost sensors and the regulatory monitors. The photo in the upper left corner on this slide is just the inside of one of these purple air sensors, which is the type of low-cost sensor we see most widely used in the United States. It's a very basic sensor, just incorporates two individual particle sensors, a little Wi-Fi chip, and a temperature sensor and a relative humidity sensor. And it outputs data on a very frequent basis via the Purple Air website, and it allows the data to be displayed in a very attractive AQI color-based format. And so the public is becoming increasingly familiar with the different colors of the AQI and the sort of health or environmental health risks associated with each of those categories. Despite all the benefits of low-cost air quality sensors, there are a number of pitfalls and caveats associated with them. One of the most important being that many low-cost sensors, including the Purple Air, tend to overestimate PM 2.5 levels. And another is that the time base used by Purple Air in its default display is set to 10-minute averages, while most of the government-run air quality monitors, regulatory monitors, display data in 60-minute averages. And so when you combine those two differences between how the data is displayed, you can frequently see discrepancies between the regulatory monitor data and the data from low-cost sensors. And the result is that we see a lot of confusion among the public, and this can frequently lead to the spread of misinformation among the public and the media. The confusion about using data from these low-cost sensors sort of forced the EPA to collaborate with the state and local air quality agencies to find a way to better utilize data coming from these low-cost sensors. And the result, or one result, is that the US EPA partnered with another federal agency called the US Forest Service in the development of a very useful web-based mapping tool, which they called Fire and Smoke Map. This is just a screen capture of the current situation in the Pacific Northwest portion of the United States where I live and work. This is the EPA's Fire and Smoke Map, and it's a very handy tool that consolidates a lot of the air quality monitoring data, the smoke plume coverage from these wildfires. It also incorporates the hotspot detections from satellites, and so it's a very handy tool where you can view data from multiple sources all at the same time. Some of the great things about this Fire and Smoke Map is that it displays data from our government regulatory monitors, low-cost sensors, including the Purple Air sensors that are widely deployed throughout the United States. And it even incorporates monitoring data from temporary monitors, which are usually deployed by the US Forest Service in locations that don't have any air quality monitoring data. And importantly, there are also a few other optional data layers that can be applied, including the smoke plume coverage and intensity, active wildfires that are based on hotspot detections and reports from the Forest Service. And so all of this data gets drawn into one very useful source that the public can more readily understand rather than having to go through multiple websites and try to build a picture of what's happening. Two of the most important things about this Fire and Smoke Map, though, are that the data from the purple air sensors is converted to a 60-minute average. So that's more comparable to the data coming from our regulatory monitors. But it also applies what we call a correction factor to the purple air or low-cost air quality data sets, since these low-cost sensors we know tend to overestimate PM 2.5. Okay, so what do I mean by correction factor? Well, in this sense, I'm referring to really an equation that has been derived by the US EPA through a comprehensive analysis of the purple air data or low-cost air quality sensor data when compared to data from our regulatory monitors. So they've conducted field and laboratory tests where they run the low-cost sensor and the high-quality regulatory monitor side by side, and they try to derive an equation that can be applied to the low-cost data to make it much more consistent with the regulatory data. And this correction factor or equation, I think, is in its second or third form at this point. It's seen a number of revisions, but it has been extremely effective in making the data from these low-cost sensors more useful across the entire country. And it's also important to apply these correction factors because the detection method that these particle sensors use can be biased when the particles ingest relatively or a high relative humidity air, because the sensors can confuse the water molecules or the water particles with particulate matter, and they can skew the measurements too high unless that is corrected for. So these sensors have relative humidity sensors on them, so we can get a sense of how high the humidity is and minimize some of that measurement error based on what those values are with this equation. Okay, so monitoring and displaying the data appropriately is of course important, but one of the other questions many people have during wildfire smoke events is what's going to happen within the next day or 2 or 3, what's going to happen a week from now. And wildfires pose a very significant air quality forecasting challenge because there's so much uncertainty associated with these sorts of events. Wildfire smoke events are dependent upon drought conditions, so how dry has the given location and the different fuel sources or vegetation, how dry has that been recently, how dry is it going to be. It's also, of course, dependent on the meteorological conditions at any given time, especially the situation with the wind flow, because locations that are downwind from a fire are, of course, going to be much more impacted by the smoke than locations that are upwind. And then finally, they're dependent on human activity, because so many wildfires are triggered by humans for various reasons, and we simply can't predict what humans are going to do. So we get a lot of questions about what the wildfire situation is going to be like during the summer, and the short answer is that we simply can't predict it out more than a few days, unfortunately. And we can see air quality conditions change very rapidly, especially during the early stages of some of these fires. But there's a huge amount of public demand for information when one of these fires begins. Compounding the challenges of communicating the complexity of wildfire smoke forecasts is this question about this question from the public about who is responsible for displaying air quality information and forecasting air quality information. And in the United States, there is a large misconception that the National Weather Service, or the NWS, is responsible for those tasks. The National Weather Service is a federal level agency that many members of the general public are very familiar with because many people check an app or their phone for weather forecasts every day, and National Weather Service has been around for a very long time, has a very wide broadcast, and many people are familiar with them. And so we frequently see the public turning to the National Weather Service for information about air quality during these wildfire smoke events. And because of the way the hierarchy for the federal and state agencies works in the U.S., The National Weather Service offices, which are all depicted here on this map, they actually cross state boundaries. Typically, states have about 3 or 4 National Weather Service offices that have jurisdiction over certain parts of their state, but also parts of other states. And so the way the environmental authorities are divided is more tends to follow state boundaries more. So what we see are these informal relationships established between these National Weather Service offices and the local clean air agencies like ours, because we need to consult one another during one of these events and have consolidated messaging for the public so that they don't become even more confused. So we, as air quality agencies, we are experts in air quality, but the National Weather Service meteorologists can provide much more localized expertise and guidance with respect to what's going to happen with the weather in the near term and the long term. So, like I said, our local air agencies have formed these informal partnerships with the National Weather Service offices in their jurisdictions so that both parties can benefit. So the air agencies get the expert meteorological advice and forecasts, while the National Weather Service gets air quality advice that they can also insert in their public forecasts and messaging. And like I was also saying, the public is very familiar with the National Weather Service and their daily weather forecasts. So many people incorrectly assume that the National Weather Service is knowledgeable and responsible for air quality monitoring information and forecasts. And the air quality agencies recognize the National Weather Service's ability to reach these wide audiences. So that allows the National Weather Service to spread the air quality messaging on behalf of the air quality agencies. So the National Weather Service has become a great partner for local air agencies in the U.S. to work with during these wildfire smoke events. They really help us to get out the messaging among the public for what sorts of actions they should take and what sorts of air quality levels to expect. The National Weather Service's parent organization, which is a federal agency called National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, has sort of helped National Weather Service produce some experimental tools that are also working to assist air quality forecasters during these smoke events. One of the most promising tools that the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has produced in the last several years is something we call the HRRR Smoke PM2.5 Forecast Model, which is a very long name, but it's derived from the original High Resolution Rapid Refresh Model, or HRRR, weather forecast model, which is a very fast updating numerical weather forecast that has been used for several years to provide very accurate near-term weather forecasts. And several years ago, National Weather Service and National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recognized that it had potential to assist wildfire smoke forecasting efforts. So the model pairs data from wildfire activity with the numerical weather prediction systems that have already been built for weather forecasting. So we're able to get these very accurate smoke forecasts that update once an hour and provide very high spatial resolution. So this has been yet another example of the great partnerships we've formed with National Weather Service and National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Another very useful tool that we've recently been using with the National Weather Service are these collaborative online platforms like Slack. This allows us to share information about wildfire activity, weather forecasts, data, graphics, press releases, that sort of thing. And we encourage many emergency managers, health departments, and other entities that are tasked with wildfire smoke management to participate in this online platform so that we can very quickly and easily share different resources among all of our different disciplines. Finally, a separate tool that we have been using for several years in the United States are what we call these smoke blogs. And many states have their, especially the Western states, have their own individual smoke blogs. So in Washington State, we have the Washington Smoke Blog. But it is yet another great consolidated source for a lot of information pertaining to wildfire, smoke and wildfire events. And it incorporates that excellent EPA fire and smoke map front and center when you first land on the page. So that has the most up-to-date air quality information, air quality and smoke information depicted nicely right at the top, so you can build a clear picture of what's going on. But it also provides tabs for many other useful resources, including local smoke outlooks that are produced by the U.S. Forest Service, monitoring data and forecasts, fire information, health information, contact information, resources for Spanish speakers, because we have a lot of Spanish-speaking populations in the United States, and then finally National Weather Service alerts. With that, I will go ahead and wrap up, but I would like to thank you for your attention, and I really appreciate you being here. Khop kun ka. Thank you. Bye.
Are you looking for the right partner? CIRA can help. CIRA is an open innovation platform that accelerates collaboration between research and technology organizations, academia, governments, civil society, and the private sector to tackle the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Launched in 2019, CIRA was developed by the World Association of Industrial and Technological Research Organization, or WAITRO. CIRA is a digital gateway of matchmaking international collaboration, focusing SDGs. Using CIRA provides you the opportunity to connect with experts or researchers from a number of WAITRO member organizations. WAITRO keep improving CIRA time by time from most convenient use and unique from other platforms. The upgrading version, CIRA 2.0, is now launched with new features, new design. It includes blockchain secured, protecting IP rights, shared workspace after matching, and most important, it's free and available publicly for WAITRO members and non-members. Start using CIRA is super easy. Whether you have your own project idea, would like to call for partners, or searching of the others to obtain your new opportunity. Option 1. Create your own opportunity to seek partner. Step 1. Enter CIRA.eco. Sign up to create your account. Register is free of charge. And open publicly even though you are from WAITRO member or non-member. Use your organization email account is recommended but optional. Step 2. After logging, creating opportunity if you have your own project in mind. Fill up information step by step as much as you can to finalize and publish your opportunity. There is the option who can see your opportunity, public visitors or limited only logged in users. After publish, notification email will be circulated to catch up interest of other CIRA's users. Step 3. When somebody interested in your opportunity, they may submit proposal to you. Decision can be made whether you want to match up collaboration or use chat box asking them for more information. After successful matching, CIRA offers a free workspace for the project team. This complimentary assists to start the project under the trusted area to manage your data. Step 4. Run your project smoothly, turning research into practice, turning challenges into solutions with your new partners. Option 2. Explore the others' opportunities for matching. On the other hand of creating your own one, exploring from the others is a good choice. Visit CSIRA and scroll down to see the others' published opportunities. Logging in to access more visibility of information. Which opportunity that you can fit in. Click Submit Proposal to add up information. Attracting to the other how you can contribute or fulfill their project idea. Using CSIRA is not only so simply, but it is a great opportunity to come. The new opportunities are uploaded by the users who are researchers of Waitrose member organization frequently. Some of them already have funding but need working partners. Some of them need partners to join team applying funding proposal in the recognized platform, such as Horizon Europe. Some of them seek to team up to apply Waitrose Innovation Award. Who knows, the next winners of Innovation Award can be you. Now, let's enter CSIRA and sign up. We are here to bringing you to the success.
Okay, so before we end the session, may I invite Dr. Prateep นะคะ for our closing remarks เรียนเชิญค่ะ
Honorable speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. On behalf of Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research, I am grateful to express my profound gratitude to Dr. Chutima M. Chochawarit, the Governor of TISTR, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation, MESI, the ASEAN and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, APCTT, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, UNSCAP, all speaker, participants, and organizing team for your valuable effort and contribution toward the sharing of your comprehensive knowledge and expertise in perspective prediction, prevention, and control of air pollution, as well as making this conference run smoothly and successfully. Moreover, it is my great pleasure to express my sincere appreciation for the productive and meaningful outcome of conference. I hope that this conference will enhance a better understanding of the policy, strategy, option, regulatory mechanism, and good practice to tackle PM 2.5 problem from the international point of view, as well as existing technology and innovation breakthrough for the prediction, prevention, and control of PM 2.5. We are striving to pursue Sustainable Development Goal number 13, Climate Action number 17, Partnership for the Goals endorsed by United Nations. Finally, I would like to close the TISTR International Conference on Air Pollution, Perspective, Prediction, Prevention, and Control. Thank you very much. for your active participant and extension. Have a safe trip back home. Goodbye.
Thank you, Ka. So that's the end of the session for today. On behalf of TISTR, my name is Supriya, so thank you again, everyone. But before we leave, may I have your feedback as well? So we will put a QR code right on the screen. Yes, please, if you can scan this QR code and give us some feedback and survey, that will be much appreciated. So thank you, everyone, and have a safe trip home. ขอบพระคุณมากค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ